Good early afternoon. How's it going? Still coughing, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm gonna be so productive today. I'm gonna get so much stuff done. I can just feel it. I've got a plan. The plan is, after 40 hours and 58 minutes and 10 seconds, I'm gonna stop pocket crafting things and automate stuff. It's a radical idea, I know, but it might be good. Might be a good thing to do in this game. Maybe. Possibly. Extended Sunday in Factorio time? Yeah, so I started a little bit later today than I expected. I've actually been up since like 8. And remember yesterday I was talking about how like the audio is better but not like what I remember. And I actually took the time to compare it to quite a few different videos from a couple years ago. A couple from back when I was in Florida, a couple from when I was first up in Michigan, and just trying to like spot check what's changed because I'm using the exact same external hardware configuration and like all the little dials and stuff are right where they're supposed to be. And it just really kept bothering me, like, why doesn't it sound the same? Why is it different? And some of you might be able to hear this, or you'll just hear me say it and say, sure, whatever you say, Arimba. But the best way I can describe it, if you compare the audio now, right now, this second, to what it sounded like a couple years ago, specifically in Florida when I had my, my house down there and I had perfected it how I wanted it. It's, my voice is not as loud with these current settings. I could make it louder, but these current settings being the exact same, I'm quieter. And also, I sound like more muddied, more compressed, even though the compressor is not set to do much compression. And I needed to figure out what is different. Same operating system, same exact Windows settings, same hardware. Except it's not the same hardware. It is a different motherboard. But then I realized, oh, dumbass, you have a sound card on Victor. You have a dedicated sound card. It's a Sound Blaster sound card. And you didn't get one for Thanatos. You didn't put a dedicated sound card on the new computer. Do you think that might have any impact whatsoever, maybe, possibly, on how the audio would sound if you had a dedicated piece of hardware specifically for a sole purpose versus the stock consumer crap that they put on motherboards? Hard to say. Maybe. Oh. So then I spent like an hour and a half trying to pull the sound card from Victor out and put it into Thanatos, and it does not want to work because it's a Generation 1 PCIe connection. I messed with the BIOS, trying to tell it to like force Gen 2 or Gen 1 communication and speed. But the sound card itself is like 7 years old, so I finally caved in and just said, alright, fuck it, I'll just buy a new card for Thanatos. And then I had to spend a little bit of time doing research, and apparently sound card tech has not changed much in the last 10 years. However, a much more common thing now is USB-based external sound cards. So you don't really need to use PCIe anymore. So I actually opted for a Creative Sound Blaster. I think it's called a Play 3. Relatively inexpensive, it's only like 20 bucks, but it's a USB thing that you plug into the back of your computer, and then it's all done on a little tiny, super tiny chip. So, that'll be here in 2 days. And it should fix the remainder of the issue, and hopefully my cough will be gone by then. We have so much refined concrete now in this warehouse. I feel like a dragon. I just want to sit on this pile of 61,000 refined concrete. Or like Scrooge McDuck, I want to swim in it. I think that we want to keep our roads so that, like, we don't forget where things are. But I have an idea. So the roads within the original factory that we've built over the last 41 hours are, like, really important to, like, know where things were and where your builds were and all that. But the new stuff we're building that's inside the train grid, what if we just paved each of these? Paved them, filled them in with concrete. Because they're new. And we have 61,000 of it. Just for argument's sake, let's see what it looks like. I ran out already? Okay. Perhaps 61,000 concrete is not as much as I thought. Oh. Yeah, wait. 240 times 120. How many is that? That's half of what we have just to fill one in? We're going to need more concrete. Where we're going, we need more concrete. But I've already started now, so you can't stop. I mean... Warning, I am setting up a caravan. It's beautiful. Are these clouds? Is that what that's supposed to be? Oh, I have clouds on. Clouds add to the experience, do you think? It looks cleaner to me now. Clouds very important. Hmm. Are there clouds on other planets? I mean, not all planets have an atmosphere. Not all planets have, you know, stuff that goes up in the air and then falls back down. Now you can't unsee them, I know, right? Like, I didn't notice them, honestly, in 40 plus hours of this map, this multiplayer pack. I've never noticed the clouds until just now, when I was looking at the concrete and thinking, huh, that's not very clean. Why is it all dirty? We do have a mod that, I forget what it's called. Something like foliage. Or maybe the word clean. Somewhere in the list of all this crap, there's a thing. Clean floor. Yeah, clean floor. So in the base game of Factorio, if you pave the world, these little, like, shrubs and stuff, some of them will just poke through. And it does give the world kind of like a steampunk look where there's foliage growing everywhere, but I just paved this. You know, like, why would there be plants? Doesn't make sense. So... now, if there was another mod that, like, completely cleaned the floor and then over time let them grow back, I could see that. But if you pave the floor, You're not going to leave any plants. I'm going to try turning the clouds off again and just see how it feels. Yeah, I don't know. I think it looks better to me. It just... In a game that's all about organization and blueprints and automation and all that stuff, it just feels like extra info that is superfluous, doesn't, like, do anything. So I think that the visual clarity is more valuable. Right, so I'm gonna start off. I do want to like continue ramping up iron, although we still need we need more fiber production. We need more pretty much just fiber, more fiber, and then I can continue making more oxygen and get more of these online. But rather than try to like pocket craft this many of them, however many that is, I'm not gonna make 90 electrolyzers by hand. I'm gonna just write down what it takes to make a basic oxygen furnace. And we're gonna make sure everything that is required is automated and then just actually set it up. 41 hours in, I feel like it's a reasonable time to do it. I know iron plates on the bus, I know small parts are on the bus, I know simple circuit boards are made in 3 separate locations now, but I don't think they're actually on the bus. So boilers and gas furnaces. Well, let's go take care of it. Welcome back, Domo. How's it going? Good morning. Technically, we're kind of starting the Factorio segment of a day at like a pretty reasonable time. Before I was doing the EU5 sessions, we were usually starting around noon. But it is Sunday, right? So hopefully we'll have a good turnout. Lots of people can join and play for all afternoon. Probably go till about 6:30 tonight. So we got a solid 6 hours. What's the difference of this mod? Pyanodons is the name of the mod pack. And Pyanodons is basically the most complicated overhaul mod for Factorio. It's more complicated than Bob's mod, it's more complicated than Angel's Ores, or, you know, Omni Ore. The easiest way to compare, like, when you play Bob's mods, you get a lot of extra recipes, right? There's like tin and bobonium and rubite and all that crap, right? Which is impressive and all that, but, to me, the biggest indicator for how complicated this mod is the number of total recipes that exist, meaning the number of individual, like, things in this list. And if you go to the mod, landing page, it'll tell you that there are over 10,000 recipes in the Pyanodon mod pack. So, put that into reference, or we have currently only unlocked 2,035. 15.3% through the tech tree, and we have less than like 20% of the total recipes unlocked yet. And we've been playing for 41 hours with a team of 5 to 15 people. So this is the type of mod that like people play and post pictures and builds and after action reports and stuff on the Factorio subreddit, where they're like, "Yep, here's my Pyanodons 200-hour save, just automated splitters." You know, like. But that's for people who are usually playing by themselves. You could easily spend a full year of real life, like, gaming time playing this by yourself. Very complicated. I got distracted. I'm supposed to be making stuff. Yeah, and that's a good point, Nerd Nick. Yeah, you make a good point. And it even claims that somewhere too. Like, I think it's on the mod page again. Pyanodons is not supposed to be, it adds complexity, it adds depth, but it's not supposed to be, like, annoying. It's not supposed to be convoluted or, like, unfun. It's supposed to not do that. Right, it's not hard in the sense that, like, you actually need to know biochemistry or something, or chemical engineering to do this stuff. You can still do all the builds, it just takes a little bit more time and effort to check all the recipes, and there's tons and tons of new machines. Look at all these new machines, like, all these icons, these are machines. The microorganism mine, the research center, the slaughterhouse, the spore collector, compost plant, reproductive complex, phytoplankton farm, a clay pit, a chip shooter, a PCB like, it's just a lot. There's a lot. Right, so like, Nubsy, let me give you a walkthrough of one of the builds that we've been working on, expanding a lot since yesterday. So yesterday we didn't have enough wood. You know wood? Not like the haha funny joke, but like actual wood. So Bob's Mods introduces wood as a concept by making a greenhouse. And you can do a little greenhouse loop, and then you can grow wood, right? And then you use wood to make chipboards, and then you use those to make circuits, instead of just printing them on metal. You know, complicated, right? Sure, whatever. Let's say you want to make wood in Pyanodons. Well, first, you need to grow the trees in fastwood forestries. This is a tree farm build that just, like, makes logs. It grows logs. So we collect the logs. The logs get broken down in a sawmill, wood processing unit. The wood that comes from the logs then goes and is used to collect tree seeds. The tree seeds are then fed back into these. We have a power problem, which makes no sense. I think we lost a vital power pole. Yeah. Somehow we've been disconnected from, like, coal power plant, I think. I don't know if someone's been working with electrical, but we might want to figure out why. We had like 3.6 gigawatts yesterday, and now we're showing 600. Okay, cool, thanks, Julio. Okay, so let me go back to what I was talking about. So, right. So you have to feed the tree seeds moss and water, and then they grow into tree seedlings, and then the tree seedlings get turned into actual trees, and then the trees get used to populate the forest trees, and that's how you complete the circle of life. This is all moss. We just grow moss because, I don't know, you need moss to grow trees in this mod. Okay, so that's to make wood. The logs are then being sent all the way up here, where they get further processed into wood, and then the wood gets turned into raw fiber, biomass, and fiber. Some of those products get turned into electrical poles, some of them get turned into formica, some of it gets turned into treated wood. There's other locations where we're gathering sap from specific trees that are designed for sap harvesting. We're using formaldehyde, raw fiber sap, and treated wood to make formica. I don't know what formica is. I've heard the word in real life, but whatever. We can also use wood and limestone to make cellulose. Sounds like a real-world interaction to me. Cellulose gets turned into batteries by mixing in zinc plate, copper plate, and saline water. All of this that I've been talking about so far, the whole reason we were upgrading it so much yesterday was because I needed more fiber. Because my build over here that makes iron plants, right here, we're doing something similar to Bob's Mods or Angel's Ores, where it's like a higher version of metal processing. So just look at, like, again, Vanilla Factorio, you'd see belts like this, right? Everyone knows what iron ore looks like. You just stick it in a furnace and then cook it, and that's an iron plate, right? Sure. That is the most basic way you can do it in this mod. But in this, we are processing it by smashing it in a jaw crusher, which gets the stone out, and then we have processed iron ore, slightly more refined. And then there's this second phase processing, where we take the processed iron ore, mix it with a fuel source, a liquid fuel source, to cook it into iron plates. But this is the third step, where now instead we are using I should put a radar in there. We're using water electrolysis to turn water into hydrogen and oxygen. Basically extract the oxygen so that I can use oxygen plus borax mixed with processed iron ore, which is fueled by the raw fiber from the trees. This is just being treated as biomass like fuel value. So we're cooking the iron into molten iron, and then we're using molten iron mixed with sand casting to create sand casts of iron plate. Borax plus sand casting plus molten iron plus hot air equals iron plate. The only reason I know anything at all about these production chains is because these are the ones that I specifically did. Everything else in this entire base, I have no idea what the hell any of it is. I mean, people have been setting shit up all over the place. Like, I don't know what this is. We're using microorganisms to make incubated petri dishes and stuff. I don't know. I mean, look at these pipes. This, like, you like fluids? Whoever did this. Princess Luna, Ashnitz, Ming. Like, think about vanilla factorial, like, fluid processing, and then just look at all these different types of fluids. You want to see our bus, Nubbies? Nubby? Here's the bus that we've started with. It took us 30 hours to finally decide, yeah, we should maybe implement a bus. That'd be a good idea. Finally. Because it's like, yeah. Why is my... Oh, okay. Our bus is this tall. It is an 80-lane bus for belts, and it's got 24 layers or 24 rows for fluids. 24 fluids, 80 items. And, it's just the starter bus. This is the starter bus. We've only started to do this, what, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? So, for example, we've got creosote, we've got methane, saline water, molten glass, acetylene, we got some hot air. We have not really done a lot with the fluids to the bus yet. Yeah, it looks like most of the fluids are not even being utilized yet. Most of the lanes of the buses themselves aren't even being used yet. We do have robots, finally, a very small number. And we have trains, in theory. We have one train, I think, sitting right here, doing nothing yet. We also have these dudes that are basically trains. They carry stuff. They are called caravans. Yeah. The raw Nexlet miners. I forgot about that. Nexlet. I believe that is a reference to Nexala. Look at how you mine this ore. Raw Nexlet. You have to put Digosauruses, living creatures, into them. And then the little dudes have tiny little hard hats and they go mine it for you. And then they bring it back to the dig site. Look at them, they're digging with their little paws. And then caravans are another type of life that you can revive, kind of? Like, they're not naturally in the world. But we're somehow, like, making them from the local flora and fauna. These dudes are basically just one-shot trains. They can be programmed similar to trains. They're actually more similar to, like, space-age platforms, I would say, than they are to trains. Because you can tell them to go, like, point to point, go here, go there, do this, do that. But as far as, like, how organized the system is, with trains, you can, you know, shift right-click, shift left-click to, like, copy-paste train groups and all that stuff. You can't do that with the caravans. They're a little bit more... You know, they're stupid animals that they literally eat each other's brains. We feed them brains. They're They like to eat brain. And, yes, they're very similar to, it's called AAI, Programmable Vehicles. You guys might remember a campaign I did with Stejo, where we were experimenting with programmable vehicles. But somehow, I don't even really know fully how they did it, Pyanodon figured out how to make their own caravan manager as well. Not just, like, a vehicle and code. Like, it's kind of nuts. Pretty cool. Yep, and we got a to-do list. If you don't know what to do, you have no idea how to play. Like, I'm really glad that we're using the to-do list more, but we do need to maybe purge this list a little bit. I think we have more wood. We're good on wood now. You can just click take and say, I'll work on that, you know. So you could automate train stops. Click it and then go figure that out. Cool. Well, I've been wandering around for a second. I need to figure out how to make gas furnaces and put them on the bus. One thing that's kind of sweet, Nubsy. Why do I call you Nubsy? You're Nubis. Newbie. Newbie S-bot. Nubis, but I don't know how to say your name. In vanilla, you know how brick roads give you like 20% bonus movement speed? And then like concrete, I think is 40%, and it goes up to like 50 or 60 or something. In this mod, because you have to build a mega base to do anything, refined concrete gives you 350% walking speed, which seems insane when you first get it, but like, look at how big it is already, and we're on the second science pack. We only have 2 science packs done. Like, if you didn't have this 350% movement speed road, it would take solid 10-15 minutes to walk across the base. Alright, let's start automating the things. Boilers are just pipes and stone furnaces. We have, I assume, stone somewhere. I think it was at the very top. Yeah, so there's a stone line. There's no iron up here. What about gas furnaces? What do they take? Steel and refined concrete. I assume we have steel somewhere. That is aluminum. This is titanium. Yeah, okay, so we have steel. Alright, I'm gonna bring the stone down then. Oh, nice. Who did this? Cookie Biscuit. Awesome. I was wondering, I could tell at a glance that, like, wait, why is there, like, a platform here? And it's very similar to what we did over here. This is, like, a visual indicator for players that, like, this is a place you might want to go to find resources. So we're trying really hard to not fall into the super easy trap of just bricking the whole damn world, because then you just get lost in the base. We're trying to keep the paths intact, but a platform like this is a great idea, and that made me immediately think, wait, is this a mall? And it appears to, yes, be a mall. Well done. We've got automated moss farms, automated seaweed crop facilities, automated high-pressure furnaces. Looks like you don't have air core inductors for your destructive distillation column. I think he might not even be in chat yet, but I did not know he was working on this. This is sweet. Appears to be missing the input that he needs for his iron into this machine. He's probably mid-project when we had to stop. Yeah, this one also needs iron and steel. Well, hopefully I do it as well as he would have done it, because... Wait, are these air core conductors? Kinda wish that when you click on a belt, it would, like, tell you the name. They are air core conductors. Alright, so which machine was it that wanted them? The destructive distillation column. Needs air core conductors, and it has access. There just aren't any coming down the belt because... Okay, so he's already brought stone down. I'm gonna use that stone to make... up through gas furnaces and boilers and stuff here. Stone here... here... Okay, so we're going to do stone furnaces. Then we're going to do boilers. Wait, the weird thing is that you don't actually need the crappier... I needed the boilers, though, for something. I forget what now. This thing? Yeah. Okay, so 3x boiler plus gas furnace plus stuff equals... basic oxygen furnace. Gas furnace is next, then. Got steel. I doubt that we've got the refined concrete over here, though. I don't think refined concrete got sent to the bus yet. We've got 2 sources of it. Let's stack trace. Where does it go? Boop-doo. All the way here, down to here, over to here, down to here, over to here. Down here, and it goes into a box. That's the box that I made. All right. Is that a stack inserter? Stack inserter. We're not gonna have stack inserters forever. We're not gonna have inserter capacity bonus forever. It's like tech third or fourth science pack, I think. I think this is probably a good enough situation just to use a caravan, though. I don't want to route it that far. Too far. We'll put a caravan outpost, like, over here. We did eventually add loaders to the mod pack, just because otherwise it gets so complicated. Perhaps. Actually, I need to grab a caravan first. See, Erkovic is rejoining. Nice. Okay, yeah, I do have caravan. Bum, bum, bum. Need brains. So, Nubby. So first you give it some brains, and then you tell it to go to the place, and then you tell it to pick up the stuff, and then you tell it to go to another place, and dump off the stuff, and then you give it an interrupt to go get more food when it's hungry. But for right now, I've told him to pick up refined concrete. This is a situation I think I'm going to make him not wait for a full cargo, though, because that'd be 30,000 concrete. Let's actually have him do, load items until caravan has refined concrete equal to, I don't know, like 5,000 is probably plenty to move at once. So 40. Alright, temporarily not editing, but I'm about to go place the other one down really quick, so. I do think we'll want it on the bus. Alright, where was he? You. Your drop-off destination will be right here. Nope. Wrong. Drop-off destination is that one. Unload items until the target has refined concrete of at least 3,000. I don't want it to, like, eventually move all of it. Oh, he can come dump that off. Actually, that won't work if he doesn't have 3,000 on him. He needs to wait till he has the 3,000. Actually, he could get caught in a loop going back and forth. Yeah, like right now he's gonna come dump 3,000, then he's gonna go back, get another 3,000. Then he's gonna go back and try to dump, but it's just gonna fill what has been consumed, and then he'll make it hit 3,000. And then he'll turn around again, and just waste a lot of time going back and forth for no reason. Sorry, what's going on? Someone having a hard time connecting, or? I am hosting it locally, but we haven't had any issues with people being able to connect. So... Oh, you did figure it out? What was the issue? Well, the problem if I just do unload... Now he's going to go grab 3,000 again, and then dump it, and then come back to the source, grab 3,000, dump it, grab 3,000, dump it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, eventually he's going to move all of the refined concrete over here. Yeah, whatever, we'll just have to make more. Oh, also, I forgot to make heavy armor. Something I want to do. Okay, refined concrete on the bus means if I bring it down, it's kind of messy. There's a lot of crap everywhere. Wait, do we still need to be automating burner miners? Oh yeah, they're used to make a bunch of crap. Oh, welcome back, Cookie. Were you here when I was noticing that you were working on this? This little mall that you've been making is awesome. Good job. Hope you don't mind, I noticed that you were missing a couple connections, so I fixed the iron requirement for the washer and the burner assembler and the steel and all that. Yeah, good stuff. Where are the burner miners still? The burner miners are being automated here, although he doesn't have a output yet. It's not completely built yet. Small parts need to get brought over. Oh, I see. They're going to be used if you alt-click on it. We learned this the other day. If you go to your settings, while playing this mod pack in particular, it's a good idea to go to your settings and then go to controls and then search for Factoriopedia. So this is a default vanilla key binding. Alt-click will open the Factoriopedia. And in this mod pack, you want to clear it because there's another alt-left-click that will open up the Pyanodon version, which is called the recipe book. And settings, controls, search for recipe book. It also has a default key binding of alt left click, but the Factoriopedia will override that if you don't disable it. And what that does is it makes it so that instead of going to the vanilla Factoriopedia, that'll show you every recipe in game. Instead, you want to use Pyanodon's recipe book, which has a little toggle here so that you only see stuff that's unresearched. So like, otherwise you get super overwhelmed buy like all the stuff that you will eventually be able to do. In this case, see how there's all these things that we don't yet have. I can turn them off. So these are the 5 machines that it's currently used in. Fluid mining drills, wood processing units, flora collector, soil extractor, and clay pit. I don't want to conflict or compete with your space. So if I place anything where you don't want it, feel free to move it, Cookie. But I'm currently just trying to automate the buildings that I was going to need over here for this oxygen stuff. Oxygen furnaces and electrolysis machines. That's what I'm working on. I needed, I was doing gas furnaces. I brought over the refined concrete, and you already got steel. Yeah, there might be like a much more organized order to put these things so they can all touch each other and stuff. But if I get the boilers now, I can actually automate the oxygen. Basic oxygen furnace. Boiler, gas furnace, simple circuit board, small parts, iron plate. Do we have simple circuit boards brought over? Are they on the bus? Probably not, if I had to guess. So where's my refined concrete? It should be here by now. Why no refined concrete? Oh, there's no power for the loader. Wait target to be empty before unload. Oh, good idea. Yeah, we have 3 sources of simple circuits, but I'm pretty sure that they are not on the bus. They're made right here, here, and the very first setup, which was somewhere. I know that they get delivered to this mall, but I don't remember where. Oh. Ah, right, that one, yep. Well, I highly doubt we have a large amount of production for it, but if we can at least get some of it onto the bus, then we can automate more of these buildings and keep on scaling. What was I looking for? Caravan guy. Yep, handcrafting only, but today my plan is to automate all the things. That's my personal goal. Automate the things. What was the command? Wait target to be empty? Is there an option for target to be empty? Oh, okay, wait. I don't think it's that important. I don't want to figure it out. As long as the concrete gets here, that's all that matters. We should probably use only a single lane. Like a half of a belt for the bust circuits, so we don't have too much belt storage. Otherwise, we won't have any available in boxes for pocket crafting. But right, I just said I don't want too much belt storage. Now I'm gonna make the belt the whole length of the bus. Whatever. I need the circuits down here. You gotta get all the way down to this new platform over here. Oh, it is what it is. What was that line? Think? I don't know. Bus is so damn big. That's what she said. I like big buses and I cannot lie. We'll cut it here for now. You could use the shotgun. Blueprint shotgun's okay for killing trees. I mean, not as good as grenades, I agree. Okay, this lane here would eventually have the smallest amount of circuits ever on it. Just some. Okay, and that's this line. So this is a half belt of circuits, this outer line here, Cookie. If you have any buildings that you're looking to add to the mall. Having a couple people work on the mall, like, all day today would probably be a good idea, right? Well, at the end of the day, if you're putting stuff into boxes, it makes it easier for you to pocket craft, but if you put stuff out of the bus and then you feed it to machines that make the things, then you still have the same amount of raw resources overall. It's just, you know, whether you have to pocket craft everything, so. Can I take the second slot, or do you need to tie it to that machine? The soil extractor. So I'm ready to make basic oxygen furnaces here. I think I need a lot of inputs, though. Oh, you already have parts and metal here? That's actually kind of perfect. Might want to use steel furnaces, or steel chests possibly, just so that, well, I mean, it doesn't matter if they're iron or steel, I guess. But we want to be able to, whoa, that's a lot of soil extractor storage. We want to be able to make, what's it called? Logistics chests and stuff eventually. Oh my god, there's circuits on a belt. Crazy. And then I need the boilers and the gas furnaces. Need to get those boilers out of that box without interfering with your build. Down to this bottom machine. I'll make a long-handed inserter, right out loud. Yeah, but this one needs, it needs the furnace. Oh, perfect, you're right, they're over there. Got it, we can use that side. Good, good. Thank you. Sometimes it just takes a second set of eyes. So this can be near-handed. Okay, we have basic oxygen furnaces automated. Cookie, is your, you decided to go for gas furnaces over no, I needed gas furnaces, not because I want to use gas furnaces, but because gas furnaces are an ingredient in basic oxygen furnaces. So in order to melt metal, we need to automate gas furnaces. Like my build over here, if you can see my screen, I need this many more basic oxygen furnaces. 54 more, just to finish the iron build. That's before factoring in copper build or eventually molten steel builds. Like, we need just 11 billion basic oxygen furnaces. And then next I wanted to automate electrolyzers. electrolyzer Mark 1. We almost have everything we need. Do you have... I don't think we have aluminum plate here yet, though. Need to automate labs, which are actually quite simple, and then tar processing units. Tar. Tar processing unit we can do right now. Oh, tar's done? Is that further up here? That's this one, okay. Oh, do we even have chromium? Can we make long-handed inserters? The tar processing thing is not actually working yet. Is chromium on the bus though? Because it's going to be needed to make the well, we're not automating inserters yet. Perhaps we should consider automating yellow mechanical, like the yellow inserters and red inserters. Although I expect that red inserters are a lot of resources still. Ugh. 3 simple circuit boards for a single long-handed inserter? Oh no, it's 2 long-handed inserters per craft. Still. We're gonna need stone furnaces all the way down here, also. Might be easier just to bring the stone all the way down, because we already have stone over here, and then just, like, have another machine make more. Instead of trying to figure out how to get the stone furnace supply from up here all the way down there. Because this thing's also constantly waiting on stone furnaces, or... Oh, no, the issue is it doesn't have access to them. Oh, it does. It's just this first inserter always steals them. Interesting. Alright, what am I doing? I just lost the train of thought. I'm making electrolysis machines. Electrolysis. Electrolyzer. Your tar processing unit production way up there. Somehow needs to get down to here, or... Problem is, there's probably a... Yeah, what is this? Some sort of resource back here that we haven't carried through all the way, but... Maybe we'll need them again, we'll see. But for now, I'm gonna use this space to just... This thing down here. Ugh, it's so far away. A lot of belt storage. Lab. Quartz and belt. Belt for you. Into that. No box. Steam engines? Are they on a belt in here somewhere, or were they... I feel like you used them already for something, didn't I see it? Maybe way back up here? Or did you just make them local, or am I crazy? Were they not on... Ah, it's right here. Wait. Yeah, that looks like steam engines. Okay. Ah, perfect. Okay. Go there. Alright, that's automated electrolyzers then, although the small parts input's really slow. It doesn't need to be fast, right? Oh, wait. That doesn't have small parts input yet. I'll do like that. Yeah, I kind of maybe messed up there, Cookie, because like this belt right here is... It's bringing the tar processing machines down, but they're made super slowly because there's like... The boiler assembly machine is competing with the tar processing unit. Watch these inserters, these two right here. The ones that's feeding the boiler always has priority. They don't take turns like they normally would. See how the one trying to feed the tar processor just can't, he can't grab it in time? Oh, that time he did. Weird. Also, we need more green circuit production. Maybe we can just fix this by upgrading the speed of the guy making these. Yeah, screw it. I'm just gonna force feed this thing absolute crap tons of stone and let it make more. Probably fix the problem outright. The bus seems to want a full belt of tin? Really? We're using that much? What about the aluminum plate belt feed? I think that's this... Wait. Aluminum... See, this is, the cookie, I'm not complaining, I'm not, like, saying you did something wrong, but, like, this right here is a little frustrating, because it's really hard to tell at a glance what the feeds are when everything's constantly going underground, and I know why we're both doing it this way, but, like, I wonder if there's a way we can make it easier, like, find stuff at a glance, you know? I think that outer one over here is the aluminum. Yeah, I guess we could do that, sure. Yeah, that works. That's good. Good. Also, in general, I think whenever we're making like an indicator, a visual indicator for players, that like this is the place you'll want to go to get resources, we should probably make sure that it's well lit. So what I've been doing is putting down lamps and then setting them to be always on, so that it just sort of calls attention to the area more. But also the concrete grid is good as well, like the square, the rectangle, or whatever. I feel like we did automate lights somewhere. I don't remember where. If belt is empty, you won't see what's on it anyway, then that's likely to happen. True, but that's why we have this thing over here at the start. So, at least for the start of the bus, we can always tell what it's supposed to be using these ghost entity combinators. That's a good plan that I think Ming had introduced in his first bus concept, and it seems to be working well. It also lets you like know in advance if someone's already trying to reserve a lane as they're currently adding to it. We could implement something similar to that, like... Maybe. But you're right that, like, this belt here, we don't know what that's supposed to be right now. I think that's actually the steam engine feed, if I'm not mistaken. I bet steam engine production is pretty slow. I think there's just one machine over here that makes them. And, yeah, this is where they go. There's a box of them here. Steam engines are waiting on parts. There aren't any parts because... only one of the parts machines is just a single inserter feeding parts to these two. That's... These two machines want 32 parts a second. So that's a very optimistic regular inserter. Copper cable production is also way too slow. We don't have enough copper. Copper on the bus is very sparse. Do we only have a single 15 copper belt per second? Sorry, 15 copper plate per second from the main copper area? I've only done iron. I don't really know how the copper production overall looks. But I think we need at least 2 to 3 belts, like 30 to 45 copper plate a second. But rather than belting it all up and like trying to do more lanes, we should just do more caravans or trains and stuff, you know? Like... Yeah, this does 18 copper plate a second. Do we have another copper area? Or just that one? Alright, whoever set that up might be time to either consider, is there a new version, a more advanced version? This is up to copper grade 2. I remember copper being like a completely weird different production chain than iron, so I kind of gave up on it, but if there isn't a new version with higher output, we might need to just double that up. Copper casting? Is that something... If I keep on asking about it and no one chimes in, I'm going to end up having to do it myself, aren't I? I don't want to do that because I'm trying to... I'm working. I'm being very productive right now, I think. Cookie and I, man. Look at all this shit we're automating. Mostly him, but... Him, them, they? I don't know how to properly phrase that. I mean, look. He started this yesterday. We've got moss farms, we've got seaweed crop facilities, high pressure furnaces, destructive distillation columns, gasifiers, washers, and then today, now we've added the tar processing units, boilers, electric, gas furnaces, soil extractors, basic oxygen furnaces, of which I almost now have enough to go, well, I've got 30, I need 50, I think. Advanced foundries are automated. Glassworks, electrolyzers, labs, and that's it so far. Oh, excuse me. Gotta get some food in you. You're allowed to do that. I encourage it. I know I've probably... I try every day to remind myself to say it at least once. I really appreciate everyone who's like coming back and playing on a daily basis, and it's really fun for me to see the same people showing up every day. Because we don't always stream, we don't always do this at the exact same time, and I know everyone's got busy lives and schedules, and I don't know, it's just really cool to see people stick with it. You know, community and all that. It's fun. Reminds me of that summer where we played endlessly. Okay, so what's next? It's fun playing with people. It's way more fun playing Factorio in multiplayer, yeah. I mean, I've been trying for a few months, you know, over the last few months to play multiple different multiplayer packs, but when you let the server run nonstop, I don't think that's. I'm a little biased because I've been here for every one of these 42 hours, and I know that not every person, like, if you look over here, you can see that, you know, Allele is not here yet, Ming isn't on, Koki, Purcell, like, a lot of these names are people who, that's why I usually purge this at the start of each session and then start fresh with who's currently here, just so that I can keep the names in my mind. But, It can feel like you got left behind really easily if you miss a few hours, especially in vanilla where it's so much faster in terms of like tech progression. So that's never a great feeling when you've like put a lot of time into something but then they leave you behind. Wait, did I never give this simple circuit boards? I don't think I did. Whoops. I must have just like auto. Manually fed it some while I was building it. Alright, I have 47 oxygen furnaces and 8 electrolyzers. I need, I think it was like 90 more electrolyzers and 50 oxygen furnaces. This machine wants 30 aluminum plate per second. Apparently it takes an absolute crap ton of, that stuff. Did we end up solving the, I assume we did, the power? That power line got fixed, it looks like. Cool. Why do you not have tower processing units? Because they're supposed to be on this belt. Because there aren't any, because there's no air core conductors. No air core conductors, because this belt is empty. Because I'm guessing whoever... I didn't set up air core conductors. Air core conductors, did I just turn that? I think I did. I didn't set it up. There's probably just like a one machine or something making them. And we've been really overtaxing the setup. I'm going to stack trace it and add more. More conductors. We got 4 machines. The bottom 3 have only made like 50 products each. The top one has made 241, so huge insufficient input of something. I'm guessing it's the copper coil. Yes, extremely low copper. I did do this in some of this original copper stuff, but it looks like we're only getting about 4, maybe 5 copper plate a second. Do we have we do have speakers now. When did we get those? It means we could start maybe doing some smartifying of the factory, like measure the number of items on each belt to know if we're like low on throughput. But sometimes when you try to smartify a base, you just end up with a bunch of annoying alerts that, you know, just continue to ignore. Not that that's ever happened to me. Ever. Okay, we actually have... Steam engines are on this belt. But they're also... it's also kind of used for gears, but... I think I probably didn't need to send the gears up and over. It looks like gears are not the same as vanilla. Like, they're not used in anything except for to make bolts. So... it's fine, it's working as is, I guess. Liquid caravan more efficient than barrels? It's almost the same in terms of like crafting cost to make a liquid falling caravan, but you have to manually change the recipe, and yeah, that's the main reason. But it's, you can do it. You just, if you want to use liquid caravans, you're gonna have to manually go over here, change that from caravans to liquid caravans, and then you'll need to kind of babysit a little bit and get it to make you one. But that's about it. Yeah, yeah, Cookie Biscuit, I noticed that the gear line, that's why I was looking at it, because like JWE set this belt to indicate that it's steam engines, but it's also kind of temporarily gears, so I was kind of confused at first, but it is correct. That is effectively a steam engine line. Liquid trains are better. Yeah, I mean, but, you know, trains. Dockmore gave us this beautiful, like, it's like he gave us, like, the Bible for this map of trains, and then I haven't seen him, you know, put any more effort in since then. It seems like he's taking a vacation or something. Well, anytime that you need to run train, like a train would need to go through the bus, I think that's actually a really great use case scenario for... we'll use trains to get it close, and then if necessary, we can load it into a caravan outpost and then just have a beast take it the rest of the way, so we don't have to worry about train lines through the base until maybe we get access to elevated rail. someday, maybe in like a week or two, we're gonna have trains. And it's gonna be a glorious train network for sure. Just, you know, not today, probably. Okay, I'm gonna hook these up to these. We have these go like here. And then finally the oxygen go here. Actually, that's kind of awkward that way. Move it back one. Alright, almost done with my oxygen electrolysis stuff. Anyone have any use for hydrogen? Right now I'm just venting an absolutely obscene amount of hydrogen gas directly through an exhaust vent. I feel like we should use it for something. We have the overhead and power to run this many electrolysis machines and then only get half of the byproduct. Or out, like, not really a byproduct, I guess, the actual product. But it feels pretty wasteful. Hydrogen is needed for more power science. Should I put down a whole bunch of, like, hydrogen liquid storage or whatever? Gas storage, and then someone eventually can use it for science or trains? I think that the answer sounded like yes, probably. It's free? Well, it's not free. I mean, look at how much energy it takes to run each of these electrolyzers. It's 10 megawatts. ongoing constant power consumption to make 20 hydrogen a second. Like, it's a lot of power. I strongly disagree with the concept of it being free. Missed a pipe on the lower left. Thank you. Where was it? Good eye. Good lord, you have a good eye. Okay, hydrogen for fuel might be bad, but like hydrogen, just like if you're using hydrogen and we're all using hydrogen everywhere and we just keep operating under the premise that it's free, so whatever, we're gonna end up wasting so much energy. And that means Domo's gonna have to go off and find more hydroelectric places or whatever it's called. Or he's gonna have to make more coal plants, and then we're gonna have to burn more coal, and it's just like so much more work. He could spend his time doing other more important things if we weren't wasting all that power. I'm gonna put it into big boxes, and I'll even do this. I'll set up a caravan that can take it anywhere you need it, so we can stop making it all over the place. Because this site, that location I can't see because there's no radar. My bad. It's 100 electrolyzers. That makes 2,000 hydrogen a second. So anyone ever needs hydrogen everywhere, anywhere, it's from there, from now on. Don't just make it local. Because I need the oxygen. And there's no other recipe to get the oxygen in the quantities that I need for the iron production, other than to get it from water electrolysis. So yeah, I have to make all that hydrogen. I needed to make these. Just iron. Can you put the hydrogen on the bus? Hell yeah. Wait, hydrogen can be burned as a liquid? Like as a fuel? Hold on, don't make fun of me if that's super obvious and I'm dumb. Obviously hydrogen is a fuel source, right? That's like what all gas giants are made out of, isn't it? What's the fuel values on it? Because that hydrogen I could make, I mean, I'm pretty close. I could route the hydrogen up here instead of using acetylene. Okay, I need to learn how to play this game. Is it this one? Liquid fluid index? God, look at all these fluids, Jesus. Holy crap. Hydrogen? Oh, it's 100 kilojoules. That's like a tenth of a megawatt? Tenth of an MJ? Burning hydrogen to get water? No, I'm not looking to... Are you replying to me, or... I'm just saying I want to do something with the hydrogen other than just vent it into the air. Back into the air. So I'm making 2,000 hydrogen a second in order to get however much oxygen that makes. And I didn't even realize you could... I just thought it was a fluid or whatever that could not be consumed as a fuel. I made a mistake there. Is this lead? I can't tell what lead looks like. Kinda looks like lead. It is lead. Bum, 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 bum. Do we have storage tanks automated anywhere? Of any size? Even just like pie tanks? Lead, iron? No ash going to science? Since when is ash part of science? I take no responsibility for anything related to science. Not my job. Yep, I'm making as many tanks as I can right now that are gonna store some. We have 56,000 hydrogen so far. And then I'll set up the fluid hauling to put it to the bus. But only like not even a third of the overall electrolysis machines have been built. So eventually this can also get hooked up to the train outpost thing over here. I don't know how big it's going to be though, so... You confused there, buddy? There's that biter logic. The brightest tool in the shed, is he? There you go, dummy. You'll get there. You'll figure it out. Imagine if we didn't have Squeak Through. I feel like Squeak Through probably helps him too. Alright, rather than use an overflow valve, because I don't want to waste any of this, I'm going to use a pump. I can get some resources. Well, we can store 70k plus 100k, 170, 100, 250, 330,000 hydrogen now. For the moment. Just need to find glass. And then lead. I know I just got some from over here somewhere-ish. That lead? Ooh. That lead? Nope. It's like one of these, maybe? God damn it. It's so hard to find certain resources. Plus, I still I'm forgetting to make my heavy armor. I need to find plastic, duralumin, titanium, latex slab. I want to make a heavy armor. That looks like plastic. Nice. That's definitely lead. Alright. Fluid outposts. Since hydrogen has such a low megajoule of like fuel value, should I maybe even set up multiple haulers for it? I think we'll need quite a bit of potential throughput of it. Okay, surely one of these has aluminum plate in it somewhere. And this belt's supposed to have titanium plate, but it's completely empty. Probably because we've been making tons of machines that use it. Titanium plate production probably needs to get looked at some point. I have to find a little. Oh, casting unit. Molten aluminum. How you doing on the molten aluminum, Domo? Gravel. We have a gravel warehouse if you need gravel. Oh, gravel's an output product. Never mind. You have molten aluminum. 8.4K. Yeah. Sand casting is not too hard. I did a very basic sandcaster. This one sandcaster that I just pinged can support 8 casting machines. So it's very simple. I mean, you just draw, crusher, some gravel. And you already have gravel as part of your production chain, so you don't even need to import it. I had to import gravel and then crush it down into sand, and then sand plus the creosote. Cool. But that doesn't answer my question. Where is aluminum? I need some aluminum. Right. It was this one. Those. Yeah. Victoria, where you go to fix that one loop and then the sun is already up again. Yep. Let me just I just need to stress test, or I just need to, you know, stack trace one more issue. Just one more issue. One more thing, and then I'm good. I need wood. I can... Do we have aluminum plate on the bus? I just found a chest that stores it, but I don't think it's actually... Oh, yeah, it is there. Okay. It comes from... here. Okay, it's coming from here, but there's this storage chest of it. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna raise the even distribution max iron plate that, like, before it goes into your trash by 200. That's gonna affect everyone, but, like, yeah, 400 iron plates like nothing for most of the stuff we end up crafting. I'm constantly having to pull it out of my trash. Somewhere around here's logs, I think. More caravan outposts. And then... Right, I was trying to make heavy armor. Titanium plates. Yeah, I'm noticing titanium. Well, part of it, I don't think we've ever had much titanium plate production. One of the machines that that Cookie Biscuit and I set up over here. I forget which one, but one of them uses titanium plate, and I think we've completely massacred our titanium plate supply because it just wants a lot. We probably had like a belt buffer that's now been completely consumed. Ah. Burners take titanium, so that one wants a lot of titanium. I swear there was another one though. Oh, it was the tar processing, I think. Nope. I have no idea. I give up. I ate all... No, I did... Don't look at me. Someone else they wanted the gasoline, so they replaced the gasoline that was feeding the iron processing with acetylene, and I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I didn't do that. I didn't do it. You can go look to see who did it. Someone changed what was feeding this somewhere. I don't remember where. You can see there's gasoline in that pipe right there, so... And if they did that, that's not a big deal, but yeah, if acetylene's needed to mine titanium, then we should probably have some sort of pump that, you know, prioritizes it. Says you? It's lying. Chat, come on, Jimmy, vouch for me. Also, the auto-removing mines thing messes with the liquid miners? Oh, well, let's turn that off then. So there's two settings here. Remove drills that are using fluids. Create pipes when removing drills that are using fluids. And you're saying that's not working? I don't understand why that wouldn't work. Oh, right, because it's marking the pipes for deconstruction, which prevents them from flowing fluids through them. Okay, well, let's just turn this off then for now. So don't remove drills that are using fluids. Hopefully that's enough. I'm never gonna get my heavy armor. I need 33 more titanium. I'm gonna start filching titanium from people's inventories if I can't find titanium plate. What is this stuff? Tin. That's not titanium. Useless. Are we low on X? Do we need more X? Yes. Yes, always. I only need a few more. I have 20. I need 19. Okay, thank you. And then I'm just looking for 5 intermetallics. I think I know where those are. They're up at the top of the bus in any little box or something. I don't think they're belted. I'm losing track of like what I'm supposed to be working on right now. I'm supposed to be finishing hooking up the hydrogen caravan, but then I got distracted by heavy armor. Because I'm always running out of space in my inventory. Oh shit, there's tons of titanium plate in that box. Why do we have... Why is that uncapped? It's just 4,400 titanium plate in the box. Maybe we should consider putting a refeeder. I don't know where that actually is physically, so I'm not going to go there. Where are intermetallics? Yeah, back when we had acetylene. Before we knew that we were going to just disappear and use it all for something silly. Alright, simple circuit boards and one last item. Two last items. Duralumin. How come the duralumin mining, these things are out of fluid too? What does duralumin need? Just any liquid fluid, or? Alright, I'll try to I'll take a break then. I needed 10 more duralumin, but I'll go focus on getting hydrogen onto the bus, and we can use hydrogen as a fuel. And I still don't have what I need to make. Stupid hauler. I was supposed to be being efficient today. So I'm going to remove the overflow sinkholes. By the way, we have another random chest of titanium plate here with lots in it that I think I must have manually brought over to make sure that we continue to make, that we actually make caravans. But I refuse to take responsibility, and it's totally not my fault. Dang it, where am I, stupid? Damn it. Yep, no glass. Alright, the only thing that's missing to fully automate this thing from now on is this titanium line, but I don't want to do it. I don't know where titanium is. Wherever it is, it's far away, probably. So I won't. Hey Ming, how's it going? Welcome back. Alright, I have enough to make at least one fluid guy to get the hydrogen over. Finally. You communicating with other planets? Is that where we're getting the tech? Does that explain like why there are animals but there aren't any animals on the actual game? Generic Earth DNA samples with local biosamples. No, we're making a generic Earth DNA sample from the biosamples. So we're making Earth, so we're on Earth, according to that logic, right? Was it Jawi? Who had said that they would use hydrogen if it's on the bus? Do you have a location in mind where you want me to, like a pipe in particular on the bus that would be convenient? Because I'm setting that up now. I finally have another fluid wagon. Yeah, well, we did choose the moss turd. We just decided to not actually click it because we wanted to pocket craft a ton. I think that was the first thing that got automated. These are moss farms, right? So we've got 1,100, or sorry, 110. Maybe we should finally click that button at some point. Yeah, I'm setting up a pump for some logic. I don't want to use the 80% overflow. I feel like 80% is such a weird trigger. Like, you're wasting 20%, you know? Like, why not a 95% overflow or a 99% overflow? Which valve is it? Is it the one with only... I think it's like 1,200? Yeah, 1,200 fluid a second, threshold 80%. Then this one can do 6,000 a second, threshold 80%. They have the exact same resource cost, so I was confused when I first saw them, but... When did Moss Farms get automated? Sometime yesterday, or... Yeah, Cookie Biscuit was working on this little mall. And it was like the first one he did. Orange one is adjustable. This one. Alright, I'll try it. That's 80%. How does one? How does one? Can't click it. Can't connect it to a wire. Plus and minus keys? Oh. Well, that's good to know. Does it work if you set it all the way to 100? Like, only allow out the excess? Or does it... I guess I don't know why I'm asking you guys when I could just test it. Alright, so when it's set to 100, there's nothing in here. They're not full. Force it all into one. It should allow some through. It did not. Oh, it's got 400 still in it. Alright, what if I add even more? Nope. Yeah, I don't trust it. I'm gonna go with the good old-fashioned pump. Like, I don't know, I just don't get it. Need a exhaust pipe. And you're going to enable disable when... We'll just sample this one and just say if it's above 79,000. Hydro. Come on, how many? There's this many hydrogens? Ridiculous. When hydrogen is greater... than 79k. Bump out the rest. Okay, then, other than that, we want to do fluid caravan outpost. And I want to make sure that this thing does fill up very quickly, so I'm thinking... if I can, I want to make another pump. And I can't, because I have iron. There's... nearby. Was there an answer? Sorry, I already forgot. Was there an answer on which pipe on the bus would hydrogen be best on? I'm gonna be done with this in a sec. And if not, I'll just pick one at random. Okay, we want a fluid caravan. You. Give you some yummies. Yummy, yummy hydrogen. We'll go place it way up there. And then hopefully there's a second one. I want to have at least 2 of these guys haul on hydrogen. Compared to a lot of other fluids, I feel like 40k hydrogen's not very much. Because it's only got like 0.1 megajoules of energy. Or fuel value. Something's wrong here. We're supposed to have something burnable, some sort of fuel to run these, and there's no... I'm just gonna steal some wood. Okay, and then... How to create more caravans in this game? Well, the process is all being done right here. I can walk you through it if you'd like. So to make one fluid caravan, you need these ingredients. It's made from a pie tank, which he carries on his back, 2 pumps that he needs to have in order to, you know, load and unload the fluids. 10 biosamples, 15 moss gene samples, 10 rock cocoons, a generic earth DNA sample, and 100 saline water. So all together that's coming from these base resources. We've got titanium plate, glass, steel, iron plate, moss, sap. I think sap's used, or that might just be pathing through, I'm not sure. Yep, brain is one of the fuel, like, they consume resources to do the job, to do a thing. And depending on what type of food they eat, they get a certain number of actions per meal. They get 2 actions per brain that they eat. And we get brains as a byproduct of murdering their friends, who we, you know, constantly slaughter because we need the formic acid, I think it is, that we get out of them. Alright, where's Jawie? Where is unused pipe? Plenty of them in the very, very middle. I'm gonna put it, I guess, at the very bottom one then. Just why not? Okay, this will be the hydrogen belt, or sorry, not belt, hydrogen, pump, pipe, words. Okay, that looks right. I'm gonna actually put 3 of these guys, I think, because I make a lot of hydrogen at that outpost, so... Crap. I can't see it. Oh, but I can still click it. Nice. Alright, there are 3 fluid caravans bringing hydrogen to the bus. On the second pipe from the bottom. Should be lots of hydrogen. Steady supply. Why am I going down there? I don't know. I want to still... Okay, now I'm allowed to take a break and, like, focus on finishing my damn heavy armor. Okay? I'm gonna allow it. Latex slab. That is right here. And lastly, duralumin. Which, if we switch duralumin to run off of hydrogen... Oh, that's another thing I want to do. I think I want to hook the hydrogen up to the east iron. Might as well, because... better than burning tons and tons of gasoline. Intermittent. He's further down. With duralumin, I can, you know, burn my metals super hard and jump really far and be an awesome, cool, badass Mistborn like Vin. It's sad. It's so sad that Kelsier never got to learn about duralumin. Poor dude. All right, cool. Heavy armor. Can you feed players to the caravans? Yeah, that's not a known fuel type, I'm pretty sure. You can feed it brains, you can feed it, kibble or something? Like, it's like a... Yeah, I need to grab all of the electrolyzers that have been made. Of which there are absolutely none. Cool. How did that happen? No tower processing units. Cool. Because there's no air core conductors? Because, what, no copper? Probably? Yeah. Almost no copper. So... what about the other machine that I automated? The oxygen furnaces. That was these. I need like 50 or 60, I think. That's disappointing. I was hoping to finish the electrolyzers. This is all pre-built, all built out. I think we need more steam engine production. Also, if we're using steam engines as like a intermediate on the Bels, we might want to do a pretty big dedicated steam engine builder, because like right now it's, I think, just these two machines here. We've made 1,500 steam engines, good lord. But yeah, they're using regular inserters. I'm gonna, oh shoot, I'm gonna upgrade these two loaders. They deserve lots of resources, don't they? I think so. At least have this top one. Have the potential to have good throughput. You need copper. So much copper. Outrageous amount of copper. What was I doing? Oh, I made a heavy armor and then I forgot to put it on. That's what I was doing. I will turn my old light armor into a car. Because that's how you do it. Obviously. Cars can become... light armor can become cars. Okay, pick up as many electrolyzers as I can, go upgrade electrolyzers, throw down all of these oxygen furnaces, then iron will go burr. Iron going burr is good. No tower processors. Like there's like a logical check on what? Keeping some there. Probably need those two, sure. We need everything. No? Okay, make sure hydrogen got its way up here. Yes, it did. Only one dude waiting to deliver, though. I guess we... well, the electrolyzers aren't even built yet. There's only like 30%, so it probably explains why there's not a huge hydrogen supply. But there will be. The loaders won't help. They'll help, maybe. Eventually. They'll at least, you know... like, instead of just using two inserters that are like 1.2 items a second when it wants as many as like 15. An individual loader doesn't feel very expensive to me anymore. Oh, you know what? These might not be able to be... Maybe I didn't need to put 3 of the dudes hauling, because the bottleneck, I think, might actually be... No way. This thing says it can pump 12,000 a second, so this thing should fill up in like 3 seconds. We're oxygen capped, actually. That's why there's no hydrogen. Well, I'm glad Domo upgraded power a ton, because I'm gonna potentially be quadrupling our iron per second potential right now. Like lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of iron. So much iron. Get some yellows. Just when you thought I might be done. Nope, still 2 more rows. This is such a ridiculously large build. The resources required to run this is insane. But if I remember correctly, it does like, I think like 115 iron plate a second. It's a big number. Each casting unit, it's like 18.75 iron plate per second times 6 casting machines. Whatever that ends up being. 120, 110. I'm out of undergrounds. Cool. Okay. Need a bunch of duralumin still. Just need to do the final yellow inserter in the middle of each build, and I need to connect the pipes over here. And of course, building all this all at once is kind of pointless because until there's enough electrolyzers placed, there's not going to be enough hydrogen. Or oxygen, excuse me. But eventually those will all get built. I already said I'm not responsible for science. I don't know who's doing science. It's not me. Not my job. We do it here. Yeah, it's pretty similar to what I did in the other one. Fine. Okay, and then that one there. This is where we're merging in. I'd give it about a 35% chance that I didn't fuck something up. Maybe? Ish. Don't know. Hard to say. And then these are inverted every time, right? So it's going to go borax, then processed iron, then raw fiber. And I think it does matter because the iron, processed iron specifically requires a specific inserter, but I guess that one's always in the middle, isn't it? So does it matter if they alternate? Maybe not. Missed one underground pipe? What? No way. Just one? That's all? Where? Gonna make me look everywhere now, huh? Oh, there. Damn. Stoogey guts. MVP. Alright, I actually do need to connect over the rest of these, though, now. So let's do... borax can go up, and then go under. I guess I'll bring them over one at a time, because I know I'm not going to support the whole thing anyway. Time to refill resources, it looks like. Totally out of iron, totally out of plate, belt, everything, all that crap. We'll need to hook up the actual feeds to each column. Need to grab more electrolyzers. We'll need to hook up hydrogen, potentially, to the backup iron processing. New food, still need to make lunch. The human part of me. The machine part of me is totally fine, but the human part could use a meal, maybe. Maybe ramen noodles or something. I'm gonna grab all of the resources. Maybe not that many. That's a good number. And then I needed, I think it was Duralumin in order to make the yellow inserters. This is where I make Duralumin, but it's not actually put into a box anywhere, it looks like. Or if it is, I just haven't found it yet. So I will add a very small one. And then I can sneak from the belt. Need more of this, need more of this. We'll grab the electrolyzers if there are any. There are exactly 0. Awesome. And only 1 tower processor. So either someone else is doing a build that requires power processors or electrolyzers, or we're just really struggling on air core conductors. Is anyone upgrading copper? Like, we've been talking about it, but have we just not... Who's on copper duty? Up copper. Someone needs to up copper. You're working on it, Julio? Oh, do you want me to sign the thing? Like, you're saying that it's there, or that you are currently upgrading it? Because there's a task that you could... Use one area, so there's working out. Oh. I'm correctly assuming in this mod you have infinite ore supply? Well, technically you have infinite ore supply in all maps in Factorio, because the map is infinite, usually. But no, the initial deposits are not permanent. Like, they're big. They're really big. Like, millions, even though, you know, we're not that far away. But eventually we're going to end up using these really cool underground mines that are going to require constantly fed drill bits and stuff. Like, if you look up here, I think the further away from the base we get, all of the ores will end up being deep underground, requiring us to... It's going to be like a good thing and a bad thing. Like, instead of having to set up a big field and then set up a train station and all that, it's just a single deposit, and then you have to deliver drill heads to it. And it just sort of automates the process. So that seems like a good thing to me. Yeah, and then you use caravans maybe to deliver the drill bits or the mining fluid. I've completely forgotten what I was looking for again. Standard. Does anyone remember what I was looking for? Really don't know what I'm doing now. Oh, right, there were no more electrolyzers because of some reason copper. Okay, but I can't do anything about that, so I'm gonna finish going to do my build. Well, that looks pretty sweet. Except that they don't like connect easily to each other. I guess I could put them all in a longer line. Just one big long line. There's now a wandering wind turbine? I've never heard of that. What's that? Can you ping it? .3 km an hour. That's its movement speed. Or is it its energy generator? Aerial turbine Mark 1, right? But it doesn't show up in our electrical grid as far as like energy gen, so what does that actually mean? Oh, you can click on it. 400 megajoules of energy effectivity. Change in T of arrival? Is it going somewhere and then dropping the energy off, or? Won't that just fly away? Perhaps. Hmm. Alright, iron for the first one. Borax needs to get there, so we'll just do... I can go there. You can just go to here. I don't care. Iron for the second one. Iron for the third one. Iron for the fourth. Iron for the fifth. And then I'll just go... Borax on the top. I don't think it actually matters if it's on top or bottom. Even though I set it up so that they have to alternate. Hmm. Wait. I guess they're supposed to go through 2 of them? I know that it's the correct ratio of overall iron coming in, but... Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Hope I'm not making mistakes, but I might be. Getting low on splitters. Don't have enough splitters. Oh, I just need iron though. Okay, well, I guess in this case then, I'll do something. I'll figure something out. It'll be fine. First belt feeds the first 2, maybe? And I gotta, like, shift it all over by 1, I guess? You go here. Went too far. So that one takes care of these 2. This one takes care of these 2. Take care of these two. Easy peasy. And then just need to make sure that there's enough fiber, which there is definitely not. Is there any kind of other solid fuel that I can use instead of fiber? I don't think fiber is going to work out. Even though we added all that wood production. Well, hold on. We added all that wood production, but did we actually increase the total amount of, like, lumber processing we have? Or are we just still relying on that, this setup here? I need like 5 times that. In order to get the actual raw fiber byproduct, like for the purposes of clean solid fuel, we need like 5 times that and like 5 times this. There's plenty of logs. We just haven't set up the processing. What do you use to burn ash? There's an item called a burner. And it's kind of like a recycler in base Factorio. You can just have a burner face a burner and it will endlessly burn ash. You just need to provide it with a fuel source. As an example, I'm doing that right here. What resource do we burn? What do we use to burn into? Oh, you want more ash? There's a little bit of them all. There's two. Okay, so the basic way to know, like, if there's resources for you as a player is look for the large rectangular or square pads of refined concrete. Like, there's one here. And then there's also one in the middle of the bus-ish. Is generally where you'll find resources that are ready to be picked up. I never thought there'd come a time where we actually need ash. Are you sure? That sounds crazy. Alright, maybe I should refactor this oxygen furnace setup and create ash on purpose from coal and then export the ash. No, the whole point is that it sounds like Princess Luna wants ash for something. Yeah, we need to scale the first science, which needs ash. Alright, I need to get this hydrogen over to the iron processing, I think. And then, I could just figure out how this acetylene was first wired or pumped in, or at one point it was gasoline and now it's acetylene, and I'm not even really sure where the original acetylene pipes are. Guess I could just bypass the whole thing and then it'll work. Let's do it that way. Acetylene bypass. Goes over here. We do have landfill, right? Over here-ish, actually, somewhere. Infill. That? Much prettier. Alright, hopefully not breaking the acetylene line right now. I don't think I am. I'm gonna wait for the acetylene to fully burn out, I guess. Go away pretty quickly. How's U5? We played for probably, what, 4 or 5 hours altogether over the last 2 days, and I'm just taking a break today because I spent like 4 hours working on audio setup stuff. Oh, overextended the pipe. Nice. And I can't make this because I don't have any iron. Nice. So I'm going to play more. I do plan on playing like pretty much every day. It's just I was wanting to play a lot of Factorio, and we spent time this morning doing other stuff. Oh, looks like there's acetylene here. Does this acetylene just like go all the way down and then all the way back up for no reason or something? It might. Who knows? Pump. Hydrogen-powered iron smelting. Go. That's concerning. I think we're going to run out of hydrogen very quickly. You've learned to hate belt balancer but love crossbar. What's a crossbar switch? Yeah, we're already down to, like, there's 300,000 hydrogen, but look how fast that's going down. I can't support this off just hydrogen. Besides, if I do this, then there won't be any for the bus. But I shouldn't need it if I could just get the rest of the casting stuff online. We don't have molten iron. No molten iron because no borax. Oh, did the borax line just get disabled temporarily? I'm... Oh no, it's waiting for shipments. I might need more caravan workers to bring borax in. I have brains. I don't have any brains. Damn it. Steal your brains. You get brains. Empty. I forget where borax was coming from. Oh, it's somewhere around here after it's been washed. I think. Mm-mm. Yeah, you don't need to... If you spend the entire session today just wandering around looking at everything and trying to, like, understand what the hell everything does, that's a good day. Time well spent. It'll make sense eventually. I need to find a more solid fuel than fiber. Burnable fluid. I need burnable fuels that do not create ash, ideally, that have high fuel density per item. Is there a filter I can turn on to not show ash? Stuff that creates ash? Or do I just need to memorize which ones don't? Well, the burners are running. They're running at green, so if there's enough hydrogen supply, they are. I mean, we burnt through 300,000 hydrogen. It's all gone now. So these are all going to start turning off now. Look, totally empty. Boom. No, yellow inserters are not automated. Also, you really don't want to use yellow inserters unless there's a specific use case for them. Like, you need the extra 0.5 items a second to make a build work. Otherwise, it just costs a lot of resources relative. Order by burnable... Burn result. Oh. There you go. But it doesn't say ash, but it does create ash. The reason I was using fiber is because... Oh, maybe I can sort by biomass fuel type? Maybe everything that says biomass doesn't create ash? No, that can't be true, because a log would make ash, right? How do we know that fiber doesn't create ash? I've seen it. It definitely doesn't, but like, yeah, I don't... Log doesn't... Okay, so is it just the word biomass means no ash? I'm gonna try just chucking logs into this thing and see if it works. Because logs have okay fuel value. Or the fiber has 6, but I just like chuck logs in here. That works and doesn't create ash. With yellow inserters inputting 4.0 megajoules, it's almost enough to support them. Until somebody does set up fiber production, I think I might actually just burn the trees. Because I need the iron to come online. There's not enough liquid fuel to run the old setup anymore. And so apparently we need the acetylene for titanium. And look at all them logs. There's so many. You can't burn... Yeah, I know. You can't use fish as a fuel in a car either, which is quite sad. Okay, but if I use this, I will need to upgrade the fuel... The inserter grabbing fuel to yellow. Which is... Wait. Yeah, in the top test row, it's already yellow. Because I was trying to use coal. They already have power, so it's not a big deal to upgrade them. Still not very efficient, though. I don't like yellow inserters. Y'all got any more of them circuits? Well, I could run the logs through a sawmill first, but then I'd have to probably use multiple inserters to put the fuel value per second requirement. Is it true? I'd like to confirm. The loader from Firebear Caravan has no output? Oh, yep, thank you. How did you see that? I should also prioritize the splitter so that it uses the fiber if it's available. And then no, for realsies, I do need to go get some lunch. It is 3:30 and I've not eaten since 8:50 or 8:30. We might need increased borax throughput also. Not just borax mining, but borax washing. Raw borax comes out icky, and you gotta make it pretty. So we will say input priority right. So if there is fiber, then use the fiber. Otherwise, let logs go through. And then I would like to take a quick look at the thing. These things. One log becomes 5 wood per second. One log is worth 4 megajoules. One wood is worth 2 megajoules. So 4 logs is worth... 4 logs is 16 megajoules. 20 wood is 40 megajoules. 40 megajoules divided by 16 megajoules is a gain in fuel value of 2.5. Shit. Burning logs is really inefficient, and I should definitely sawmill this crap and then burn it. But that means I need so many inserters. And if I'm gonna make it into wood, then I might as well do the whole thing and make it into fiber. Because we've got a turd. The turd process takes 10 wood, which has a fuel value of 2 megajoules each, so 20 megajoules of energy. And it creates 8 fiber. Each fiber is worth 6 megajoules of energy. 1.5 real fiber on average, which is worth 8 megajoules each. That's 60 so far. And then the biomass itself is only 250. The 6 times 0.25 plus the 60 divided by 20. Yeah, I could 3.075x the megajoules of energy consumed or like available from doing this fiber thing. Yeah, then I need to deal with the biomass, but I can't justify burning logs when I see that the exchange rate's so awful. Can I? I mean, really? It's like a 3 or 4x increase in fuel value twice if we just process the crap. I said I was going to be productive today. Like, if I just make wood, then I've got to add a lot of infrastructure to handle loading the wood quickly enough. If I want to use just mechanical inserters, for example, each mechanical inserter moving, how come mechanical inserters aren't showing me the, their swing speed anymore? Oh. That would be why. So 0.77 swings per second. If it's only picking up an item that's got 2 megajoules of energy, that means it's only putting in 1.54 megajoules per second. And these furnaces all want 5 megajoules a sec, 5 megajoules of energy. So I'd probably have to have 3 whole belt feeds, 3 mechanical inserters, or I'd have to use yellow inserters everywhere if I want to use raw wood. Or wood, as it's called, not logs. So if I'm going to do that, I might as well just process it into biomass and the other stuff, and then the build works as it was intended to anyway. It's supposed to run off of this one, raw fiber, because that has 6 megajoules of value. 6 times 0.77 is 4.62, close enough to 5 that a single inserter with a single belt can feed it all. Also, I need 3 borax lines, not 1, which explains why borax is a bit of a problem. Why am I adding... No, wrong. I only need to add 2, not 3. Hmm. Should have given myself more space. Most of these have no fuel because... Yeah. But everything should have at least a few finished products, right? Like, all of them are theoretically capable of working, is what I'm hoping. Absolutely starved for fuel value. Well, that'll have to be my next project, I guess. I'm gonna get these all hooked up still. Should be able to copy this pretty much. And then we don't need extra warehouses. These don't allow for pass-through, which is kind of weird. What? What? Why is that showing the red thing there? Oh, it needed to be rotated. There. That's how. Also, I need even more borax for these machines as well. This build is a mess. That's not right. Is it? Oh, it is right. Never mind. I have no idea what's going on with this, why it's so fucking weird to build, man. Feels like copy paste should have worked a lot better, but it just like didn't. Okay, borax, sandprint things, hot air. Hot air, hot air. Hot air. No hot. Yes. Borax. And gas stuff. Molten iron. That's the only thing you still need down here. Although, the reason why I had them outputting into a deposit is because that way they could take advantage of the large storage space. I guess any box is good enough, right? When do we rip up the entire base and despaghettify? I don't think that's ever going to happen, actually. Because of caravans, and then also because of Talkmore's, like, train thing, I think we're going to probably end up just... Like, if we can get the train thing fully... Like, it's expanding. I can see plans. People are planning. There's robots doing stuff. See? Talkmore's doing stuff. Ming's doing stuff. Like, we're going to end up doing modular production eventually, and then we won't need to worry about the initial base. We'll just pretend like it doesn't exist. If you pretend hard enough, it's true. There's no fuel for these machines? Where are they even supposed to get fuel from? It's probably been hand-fed this whole time. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's hooked up to anything. Alright, if I want to make more deposits, I need steel plate. I need a bunch of wood, and I need iron. I can reach the logs that I know are somewhere nearby. Hopefully I haven't burned all of the logs in the entire forest by mistake. Kind of like a high priority thing to get that log megajoule efficiency thing working. Certainly next on my list if someone else takes over for that. Feels like iron is, despite my constant effort towards making iron make more, like now iron is very low at the moment. And it's kind of my fault. Is it though? Or is it just the lack of borax? For sure we have oxygen. Ba-dum-bum. I don't think it's my fault. I think it's someone else's fault. I'm gonna blame Talkmore. Right, well I hooked it up to try to make it work on the hydrogen, but... The acetylene is almost full again. Should I just hook it up to acetylene again? Or can we put some logic in so that when acetylene is high, we use the acetylene? There's 170,000 hydrogen again, too. So, any kind of logic that'll just, like... pump whichever one we have the largest supply of. Combinators? I can't craft because I don't have whatever the hell that thing is. Real batteries. Real batteries require a bunch of crap. Ba-bum. Coke oven gas. Wait, coke oven gas can be used as a fuel too? I trust you. You don't need to do that. They were cross-fed further down. I guess you can do it that way if you want. I had them like connected, like down here, you know. Those appear to be missing though now. There's a reason each line needs a one-way valve added. Huh. Is there though? Like, the way that Factorio treats fluids now, it can't mix at all. That it can't do the thing where like the fluids like move through the pipes and whatever. They treat it as one big discrete entity. So say that you pumped fluid 1, in this case the hot oven, coke oven gas in, and then it wanted to put hydrogen in. Suddenly it tries to pump hydrogen in, but it can't because there's coke gas in. The only way that it would be able to pump hydrogen in is if the pipes on the inside are all empty. And the only way they can be completely empty is if all of it gets consumed by the furnaces. So it seems like a self-solving problem. You know what I mean? I'll try to craft one ways if you... How many do you need? I don't know, I think I'm right. I'm pretty sure it just works. Because these things consume fluid so fast that it just, like... Crap. Okay, I put 5 in your inventory. Problem is when pipes are near empty. Okay, but look, they don't... They like stay... They stay empty because the machines are like holes in the floor that want the fluid. They fill up. Interesting. 0.003 pipeline contents. Alright. That is weird that it does that. How could it possibly, like, round? Like, why doesn't... I see the behavior now. Yeah. I've never really trusted, like, the one-way valves, the T-junction valves, and, like, the 80% overflow valves and stuff that mods add. I prefer just using vanilla pipes and pumps. They're a known quantity, they always work, you know. So many different mods have introduced their own versions of overflow valves and stuff. Yeah, I can see it swapping between fluids, but why is it still incapable of supporting the whole furnace column? Oh, because you only have a pump on the first one. We need to make another bunch of pumps? See how this column's wrong and not working? Yeah, most of them aren't. Weird how the ones at the end are, but the ones in the middle, like rows 2 and 4, columns 2 and 4. And of course, all of this is pointless because as soon as we actually have enough fuel value to run this thing, and if I can actually get the electrolyzers over here fully built out, then this thing is just... That setup, Jaleo, only makes 24 plates a second. Just 24. These 6 make like 120. This is 6 times the iron production. Ouch. Quite the journey to get across the base. Nice. It's only 4 o'clock. We still have a couple hours. I can't talk all of a sudden. My voice. It's just gone. Is this what I need? I think this is what I need. And the place to steal it was actually... Wow. Wow. Look at all them players. Like probably the biggest number of people online we've had this whole thing. I mean, it is a Sunday, so people must be home from work. $20 people. Huzzah. Well done. No, I wanted those circuits. Damn it. It's fine, you can have them. Oh. Look for more. Somewhere else. I think I know where there might be some. Yeah, so if we have 20 people right now, that means that some of the people that are here are brand new. Has anyone mentioned to the new people that how important it is to use the blueprint shotgun mod? Like how amazing and awesome it is? I have 2 spare guns if anyone needs one. I'll just give it to you right now. How do you fuel your bots? I have no idea. I'm completely ignoring the fact that we even have bots personally. Yeah, just call me the Second Amendment proactivist or something. You have the right to bear arms. And you. And you. Has it made any more electrolyzers, or are we still completely struggling with that whole thing? There are none steam engines. There are probably no steam engines because there's no iron. There's no iron because we were messing around with fuel values and liquid fuel supply. And I probably need to consider putting in an overflow valve on oxygen. No, that's the primary product that I want, so no, that's dumb. Don't do that. No, just start working on the wood into fiber chain after I get the this thing built out more. Alright, let's just look through this whole chain. I'm pretty sure this is all set up properly now. They've only run 14 times each. Down there, the new ones. Other than that, completely out of liquid, solid fuel. Because most of this doesn't have anything set up yet. For the fuel lines. I probably have to do some math on how many actual belt of solid fuel source I need. Because one is probably not enough. I had to guess. Tree farm ran out of buffer. Yeah. I'm going to temporarily cut that then, because I don't want it to shut down anything else. And I'll put down a display thing so that I can go make some lunch real quick. Oh, okay. I mean, the caravan outpost is full again. There are 4 caravan dudes that are supposed to haul from it. So I feel like if the caravan outpost source is full, there should be iron on the bus. And yet there's not. There are only 2 caravans that haul back and forth to the bus. Drew, admin steal my bots? I didn't. I don't know who else is admin that could have. Do I have more caravans? Adding 2 more iron plate caravans to bus right now. So that it's more consistent now that there's potential for triple throughput. Alright, there are now 6 total dudes grabbing from this iron deposit. They do seem to be polite and wait for one of them to finish before the next. So if like 3 of them are all waiting at once, it doesn't do the thing where it like splits the incoming fluid or plate or whatever into all 3 of them. It'll just do one at a time. And then they go, which is pretty convenient. I think I need to wire up all of these deposits. Not just the main one. I'm trying to get above 15,000 iron plate, so it's not going great. This theoretically loads as much as what? 30, 60, 90, up to 120 iron plate a second. 3,000 divided by 120. Takes only 25 seconds to refill the caravan outpost before another hauler can go off. $3,000 iron plate every 25 seconds. 120. That should support, theoretically, like, at least 4, maybe 6 yellow belt of iron plate on the bus. And yet, there's no molten iron, because there's no borax. Alright, I'm gonna add a task. Someone needs to do borax. Need to do a better job with this borax balancing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups. But I do know I need to do like 3 total belts, so like... Alright, so I was gonna make lunch and then I don't know, got distracted by 6 more things. Also, quick reminder to anyone that's new to the lobby, this is obviously heavily modded, so when you look at certain items like light armor and heavy armor, those are usually in vanilla, only used for early super basic defense against spider attacks. But even something as simple to craft as light armor will give you 20 extra inventory bonus. You might want to do that. And if you would like, you can take the time to grab all this crap. Good way to introduce yourself to the factory and find where it all is. Heavy armor gives 40 inventory slots. Big inventory energy. Mm-hmm. Possible that I am just attempting to jump from too little to too much all at once, and that's why it feels like there's no way to actually get it working. If it's not the fuel, it's going to be the borax. If it's not the borax, it's going to be the oxygen and the hydrogen. It's going to be one of them, like, no matter what. So before I stand up, hey, Rela True, brand new player, welcome. I think you're new. Before I go, can I just hopefully get someone in chat to say, yes, I'll go help borax? Like, I want to grab borax. There's one location where It's being picked up by caravan and delivered down here to the iron. If you want iron, and I think we do, this location right here is where borax goes, and it's got to be washed first. So we need to use more crystal mines to mine borax using syngas borax, then run it through washer Mark 1s with just plain old water, and then we get borax, and then it needs to go here. Otherwise, no iron. At least no iron in reasonable quantities. Apparently borax equals iron plate now. It's kind of a big deal. Okay, I will be right back. And we still have about 2.5 hours or so of playtime planned for today, because today is the an extended session. So feel free to join if you're watching on Twitch and you want to finally commit to learning the mod. We're up to 21 people. I'll be right back. Also, I haven't ever mentioned this while we've been doing any of these sessions, but there is a Discord channel on the server, on the Discord server, that we had at one point that I think still exists. Possibly. A voice channel for people who are in-game if you wanted to join and be able to talk to each other directly. Right now I see the pub, the Pungeon, and the AFK channels. Did we delete the multiplayer Factorio channel? You can just use the pub for now, if you guys wanted to be able to talk. I'll probably stay out just because it, you know, because of the stream and so I can stay focused, but everyone else is more than welcome to use voice instead of having to talk, you know, text and whatever. Yeah, whatever you prefer, Ming. If it's not hard to do, then it might be better to restore it. I'm planning on continuing to do this mod forever, apparently. Until it takes, you know, however long it takes us to win, which will be forever. Or, if you don't want to do it right now, that's fine. Just the pub. Forever and then ever and ever, yep. And then, I know I keep on repeating this almost every session, but just in case, if you are new and you have not played in this lobby before, there is a bug in editing caravans where if two different players in multiplayer are looking at the same caravan at the same time, the interface is open, it'll desync the whole server. So whenever you see someone in chat say something like editing a caravan, that means don't edit a caravan until they say they're done editing the caravans. That way we don't have any extra desyncs. However, if you're brand new and you just joined, then you probably shouldn't worry too much about caravans right at the start anyway. You know, let other people who've done it a little bit more maybe process them, but if you want to learn how to do them, by all means, everyone should be able to do whatever the hell they want. Well, that's wrong. Not whatever they want. Within reason. You know, don't blow up the base. That kind of thing. We do have, I think, one of the nicest, like, multiplayer-friendly Twitch channels out there for this game. Like, knock on wood, but, like, the permissions, the default permissions. We only have two groups, just the default group that everyone gets put in when they first join, and then the admin group, just for the sake of being able to, you know, have control of the server if we need to. But the only thing that's different at all about the default group, literally everything is enabled, except for, like, two things, I think. Importing blueprints. That's all we've disabled. You can delete stuff, you can shoot things, you can drive cars through the base if you want. But not once has that happened. Knock on wood. Because everyone here is awesome. I do have a fair bit of experience joining random lobbies, and some of the really popular mod packs and mods that people play are cool and all, but like they want you to have 24 hours of playtime before they'll even let you use blueprints. Like, it's kind of obnoxious how elitist, or like, elitist is maybe not the right term. I'll leave all these in here for now. I need to figure out how many machines I need. I'm doing wood now. If I were to take all that wood, I have 6 wood per second. Okay. To the test world. Wood processing unit. This feller can chop trees down at a speed of 1 per second. So I only need 6. Six of them fellers. Let's do it like in rows or something. Okay, so we got logs. Need 2 inserters if we're going to use mechanical, which makes the most sense, because why wouldn't we? 5 wood per second divided by 0.77 with mechanicals. I'd need at least 7 inserters to output. This can go directly into a box. If I have 2 of them feed into the same thing, that would make 10 wood per second. Or even better, if I just had a deposit, I might be able to... Not symmetrical, but does that really matter? This way we don't have to deal with the 7 output inserters at all, and I can just use 2 loaders. Make 30 per second. Or what if I can make it look prettier, though? What if I used a slightly smaller one and then did, like, 3 of them somehow? Nah. Alright, logs come in. Wrap around the warehouse depot thing. Two mechanical inserters for each log dude so that they get enough logs per second, and then they all dump directly into the warehouse. Sorry, the deposit. Two loaders out. Should be 30 wood per second. Six logs per second equals 30 wood per second. Cool, cool. Next step, using our turd. Oh gosh, we're gonna talk about turds again at some point. If I'm trying to process all of these logs, that is a lot. I need a lot of wood processing units. 30 per second divided by 0.5. I need 60 more wood processing units. So the biomass and the raw fiber are going to be the largest two byproducts. There's going to be a very small amount of regular fiber. But it looks like at that rate, notice how that is it exactly 0.77? It means a single mechanical inserter can keep up with the output of all 3 products over time. I think. It might lag because of the fact that it's got to take 3 total swings, though. Let me try just doing... Oh, also it's got its own output, so it wants to dump all 3 directly into a thing. Right. They'll just need 1 inserter in. If I have 0.5 items per second becoming effectively 0.77 items per second, I can't get away with 2 belts in, 2 belts out. I'll need at least 3. Since I need 60 total wood processing units, what if I did, like, 2 copies of the setup and then had... I could do the thing that you kind of usually use on Volcanus, where you, like, unload onto splitters. That's not... They didn't remove that from the base game, right? That still kind of works? In terms of, like... not overloading a belt? Raul Gamer, thank you sub. 24 months. Happy anniversary. Yeah, we just have general, like, play nicely type. Not even rules, they're just sort of... If someone's building something and they ask for help, then help them. If they don't ask for help, you know, don't just assume that someone's build is bad and fix it for them or whatever. Don't delete other people's stuff. Like, just build more, you know. It's very rare that you want to actually dismantle anything in Factorio. If it's working, usually. Am I overthinking this? Probably. It's weird having machines that have direct outputs instead of needing inserters. I almost want it to not have a direct output so that I could instead use inserters. In fact, what if I just ignored the fact that it has a direct output? Wouldn't the direct output fail and then inserters could grab instead? And then I could just output directly onto belts? Like I want, like with filtering? Because I don't want to have to put like a warehouse in between and then use loaders or something constantly to keep it filtered. Ghost chest to stop the output? Well, yeah, that or the very first item it makes it'll just put on the ground. And then that will block the spot. I think. Because notice how these are pretty small? I'm imagining a similar layout to what I was using earlier. What if instead I did this? And then filtered for each of them. It can also insert into the next machine. Really? So you're saying if I just put them all in a chain, it'll push all of the crap to the very edge? Which would mean that at the very end I could do a deposit? Damn. Okay, well that changes everything. That's awesome. That's sweet. I've never heard of a machine being able to output directly into the output slots of another machine. Does that... That's weird. Well, then let's just do 2 columns. Wait, I don't know. Didn't know that. Neat. I was gonna say that's interesting behavior. I'm not... Let's test it before I get too excited. Because that does seem suspicious now. Yeah, it can definitely output if it's an input for the next machine, but I'm not familiar with machines direct outputting into the output slots of the next machine, because I don't think it's going to work. I think these 3 will just stay here. You lied to me. You lied to me. Well, yeah, it's the thing with fluids because they've got pass-through. Like with mining drills or with the audio, in-game audio is not insanely loud right now, is it? Relative to my voice? These do sound kind of loud. These machines are really cool, though. Look at them. You can even, like, look at the logs and... making sawdust. Making bacon pancakes. Could I do something like... this could work. Alright, I have an idea. This will work, and this will also look pretty. So, at the second space, past the first lumber mill, we go full underground belt. We grab from the wood belt. We get rid of this. And we have another output belt that goes right along it. And it bends in. And then on this side we do the same thing, so we go underground full length. Secondary output belt bends in and replaces it. This will be output inserter number 1, it'll grab fiber. Output inserter number 2, it'll grab the other type of fiber. I don't like outputting onto the, yeah, I don't like doing that. Put a pole here. Grab this, invert. We'll have this machine output on the near side, this machine output on the near side. So you're far side, near side, near side. So it's completely balanced so far. One space passed. I need to worry about the fact that this machine could theoretically output stuff, but at most it's only going to put out one item, I think. Input side, for the sake of clarity, I'll put a filter on this inserter just so that it's clear what its purpose is. Its purpose is to grab wood. And then the same thing here, output inserter that grabs biomass. And then it's perfectly pretty. I grab these two, invert. You are near side, and you are not near side because it doesn't do anything, but it, kind of wants to be. You got balance biomass, balance this thing, balance this thing. And because I'm going from 1 belt to 3 belts, I can definitely do this, even though it is increasing the total amount of items per second. 0.5 to 0.77 doesn't matter. To fully process this belt, I need 15 wood per second divided by 0.5. I need 30 machines all in a line. We just do this 30 times. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And then I don't care about that one item. And then we can just grab this again. Vertical mirror. Like that. This again. Vertical mirror. Right. So this is gonna go to here. It's off by 1. And I deleted a space I wasn't supposed to delete. Alright, 15th times the charm. I forgot to invert it. 17th time is the charm. Done. God damn it, it's in the wrong spot again. 37th time is the charm. Oh yeah, you're right. We could rotate the very ones so they kiss each other, and then these won't even waste a single item. You're a smart guy. Person. So, rate calculator should say that that is 6 what do they call it? 6 log per second into 30 wood per second into whatever it is, and we should have perfect harmony. Boom. And because I did it in 2 rows, even though it's over 15 per second, they're not going to overload their individual belts because I can move 30 per second, and same thing for the biomass. And once we get this far, we've got the highest fuel value item on the very bottom, second highest fuel value here, and then the biomass belts in the middle, and then the other stuff is up top again. We do have long inserters, it's just that they are, in this mod, they are expensive. Look at how much it costs to make long-headed inserters compared to making basic inserters. A mechanical inserter, first off, somehow it uses magic and the power of unicorns and puppies to work forever for no fuel, ever. And it costs a grand total of like 7 pieces of spit. A long-headed inserter, on the other hand, costs chromium, iron, nexlet, antimony special alloy, simple circuit boards, and belt. Which is not it's a different type of belt. So whenever possible, yeah, you want to avoid using long-headed inserters. I would estimate that I probably need three caravans being filled with loaders at least like 15 a second, because my goal, I need about 45. Actually, I'll just show you so that I get the right number. If you want, everyone can do this. There's a button in the bottom right corner here called Rate Calculator. Very, very good thing. You can box select this area and see how much borax this requires. I need 49.5 borax per second. So that's a little over 3 yellow belt, 3.33 yellow belt of borax. So that means that I need 3 loaders, which is why they're planned, at least, of borax coming out. The only way I'm going to get 3 borax out, minimum, is if there's 3 loaders worth of borax that's already washed going in, plus that doesn't factor in the travel time of the caravan. So probably at least two beasts moving stuff. They're like one's on the way there, one's on the way back to try, and maybe even 3. So yeah, a lot. It's a lot of borax. Perhaps we should even, use trains, or perhaps there's a borax deposit, like say that one, where we could just wash the borax down here and belt it up. But lots of borax. Did I make a boo-boo? Missing a belt every 2 machines? Damn. Rip. Now, first off, you have to admit that that looks fucking beautiful. Doesn't it? Rate calculator does not calculate ghost entities. True, but those machines that I rate calculated are all built. I placed them all already. So it is counting them properly. Let's extend this and then put down some void chests just so that I want to make sure that it's working. I don't know, I like the idea that it will look pretty. Alright, so we're going to remove the byproducts from these ones, and then I'm not going to do it on the wood, because the wood should theoretically never get there. Because we should be actually consuming it all if this thing runs for a while. Every machine should turn on. And one thing that's really nice in this world is you can just do this. Boop. Undo. Start the test over. So there shouldn't be any wood that actually manages to get to the very end. Some lamps in the middle. I can't put lamps in the middle, it wouldn't be symmetrical. But I could put lamps on the edge, like out here somewhere. And I refuse to make the footprint bigger, simply for the sake of putting lights down the middle. So I think we'll go here and here, and here and here. I mean, if we're working with wood, we want to make sure no one chops their fingers off, right? I mean, this is such a... I mean, it doesn't seem like much, but it's such a long build that it actually... Look how long it takes to actually, like, initialize. The belt is not even down here yet. Also, how many tiles would this be? Because it might be too long. Oh god, it is too long, damn it. It's like 100 and... Wait, no, 180 is less than 240. Perfect. It should fit inside one of Talkmore's 120 by 240s, right? It leaves like 60 tiles total for the stations on left and right. Here's a crazy idea, Arumba. Why not just test it? Oh yeah, that fits. Why did all that wood get through and you not pick any up? It looks like the first... It doesn't matter, like obviously there's not going to be a void chest at the end. Eventually it'll back up, and then this machine doesn't have to wait for the next path. Now, the inserter matches the need. Each inserter swings at a rate of one item, like one swing every 0.77 seconds, and it needs to pick up 0.5 wood, so 0.5 is less than 0.77, it can keep up, it just... The recipe itself is for 10 wood, so it was trying to do 10 swings all at once, and then it just sort of, you know, got away from it, but that's only because I'm extending the belt for testing purposes. Once the cycle starts, it should run forever. This is curious though. Why is your output blocked? That shouldn't happen. 0.4 raw fiber per second times 30 machines is only... Oh, it's... You know what? That shouldn't happen. Hold on. 30 machines... Did one of them accidentally lose their near-handedness? You are far drop. You are near drop. You are far drop. You are near drop. Maybe when I was pasting, it broke some of them. Far near. We only consider the top half. 30 machines makes 12 items a second. 12 items a second is less than a yellow belt. 6 items per second on each side because every single inserter is alternated. So how... Why? Why are they not doing it right? This is why we test. I'm confused. I feel like it should be working perfectly. And actually this void chest is kind of maybe messing it up. Like, let's just let the wood dead end. It shouldn't have broken when I mirrored it. Near. Far, near, and then just spot check one in the middle. Near for the fiber, far, near, far. Okay. Six items a second is kind of close to the upper limit of 7.5. I wonder if it's because they're trying to do the thing where they balance it perfectly in the middle. Maybe this whole system would work better if I could output onto undergrounds, but I can't do that if we're using mechanical inserters. Even still, I mean, it's probably close to like 80 to 90% effectiveness. In fact, looking through it right now, green, green, green. Wait, I think I know what it is. Fascinating. There was a yellow right there. Every now and then there's a couple yellows. Here's my hunch. By having the void chests for the wood, it caused the machines to all desync in their process. Right? Like... And that causes them to not be on the same, like, sync schedule for outputting items onto the belt, and therefore there's not enough space to, like, do it. I want to test it. I'm going to delete it all, and then return it. And then let it back up the wood supply. It's going to take a minute or two to get it running, but... Now, what to do with the output products, huh? Also, can I reserve a nearby module, like a nearby grid to do this wood processing? Maybe right, you know, like right next to where all the wood is? We care about all this crap? What is this crap? Oil sand? No one needs that. if we... we wanted to do this station here. I should just do it in the middle, actually. Just want to not interfere with the station footprint. I'd also like to not interfere with the station footprint for fluids, even if I don't need them. In fact, talk more. I have a suggestion for you, if you're here, Matt. Sorry. Talkmore has this problem where he's the only moderator that I call by his first name because I talk to him too much, and I think of him as Matt, not Talkmore. Could I offer you a feedback suggestion? So this is something that's happened to me probably 3 or 4 times now. Can we add to your blueprints, your blueprint book, like either like a non-entity indicator that shows something like this? So like if you were to fully utilize the entire thing without having to place them, just like indicate where the player should not exceed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because your guide says that it's 240 by 120, which is a good general footprint, but like, you see how I'm trying to do this, and I measured it, and it's 180. 180 is less than 240, but how much do I need to reserve for these? And also, how do I know where to center it if I don't want to go into the test world and like do a full build planned thing? So like if you, I don't know, if there's like something kind of like that, that might be helpful. Just an idea. Yeah, like I would probably put my big ass wood maker. It's like right in the middle. And then we've got this dealie. Our source is going to be below, so just do like over here is fine. That'll be my wood. We'll look into power wherever. I don't actually need the fluids, but who knows? It's still good to build within the thing. And then these things can go up to... Oh, that's only half of the build. Oops. Like, wait, that looks wrong. And then, because I don't expect trains, unfortunately, I don't expect trains to be functional for a while. Yet. I'm probably just going to belt these outputs to the processing. this is a perfect example, talk more. So like, if it doesn't have to be as excessive as what I just did, where there's like a big long line of whatever. But like, if I could just go into the real world and like know at a glance within each of these bricks of production, like how do I line it up? Am I supposed to go here? Is it here? Like, where do the trains actually need? And it's minor, but, and there's also going to be situations where you want to move it a little because of like resources or whatever, but it's probably fine here. What is the name of the planning add-on thing? This is, there's a mod, it's like sandbox mode, I think. This is a feature that you can actually use in single player, but you have to trigger it, and this is a mod for multiplayer. Every player has their own personal little test sandbox world. You can go into each other's world by going to the remote view for surfaces and then just finding the player's world. So if I want to go spy on Talkmore, playing with his trains, you can see all of his plans for the future. I think you spent about 33 hours in here, roughly, minimum. Alright, so I need 66 wood processing units. That's all. 10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 50, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. Done. I also need 11 billion stuff. About 1,000 belt, 250 inserters. I think I have most of that stuff. Now I've got 1,700 belts. I've got plenty of underground. I've got what I need. It's fine. I go build. This is a very slow path. I fix. Bum, 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 bum. I'm excited for this build. It's going to look cool. It's a lot of borax. How many washers do you need to wash that much borax? That's only 2 belts. Yeah, I need like 49 washed, as in like it's not called washed, but that's what it's just called borax, but it comes out as raw borax. I need 49.5 raw borax per second, which is 3.33 yellow belt of washed raw borax, like washed borax. Yeah, you can trigger this in vanilla single player. The way you do it is you either take a copy of your save if you care about achievements, and then there's a button. I forget how to do it, actually. I think you save the game and then you go to the main menu and then there's like map editor or something. But personally, I'd recommend you just get the mod because when you're in the editor in the test world, like you have to deal with all kinds of extra settings and buttons like forces and time of day and technology unlocks, crap like that. If you just want to do a test build, it's way easier to do it with the modded version of it, I think. But then again, you won't have access to the technology if you have not yet researched it. Like in my case, I'm using only entities we definitely have. But let's say you want to do like a late game Covrex setup or something, and you don't actually have the technology for it yet in your current save, then you can't really build it. I told you I'd be productive today. It's another reason why I wanted to do an extended session. It's easier to be productive when you start off playing the game first, like stream it first, Factorio first, and then just stay on task, stay playing the same game. Switching gears mid-stream is actually difficult. Playing 2 games in one day. Especially games as complicated as the ones that we like to play. This ended up looking beautiful. I'm proud of this. Although, to be fair, I probably should have cut it in half in terms of length, and then doubled it again, and then merged the belts at the very end so that there is no issue with unloading. But it's too late, and I'm moving on now. And it'll just have to work as well as it can. Are you sure? Are you kidding me? I'm 2 iron plates short? Are you shitting me? Really? Really? Whatever, I guess I'll just send it back down. Belt for days. Look at that, it has lights and everything. Wow. Now we get to watch it turn on. For the first time in the real world. Welcome to the real world. Something Morpheus. Oh, that's an interesting premise. Yeah, that's a weird floor, so people aren't going to build it. So you're showing the footprint in the floor itself. It will cause slight issues, I guess, with the robot alert. Like, for every segment we place down, we're going to have however many hundred of floor flashing in the little robot construction queue thing. And if anyone ever accidentally automates it, it might be weird. That does look cool, though. Also, we are making that floor, apparently. Yeah, apparently someone already automated that, so might want to use Upgrade Planner to change it to something else like Hazard Concrete. Make it like something stupid that no one would ever craft, like Refined Hazard Concrete. Because there's no advantage to Refined Hazard Concrete over regular Hazard Concrete, and it just costs more. So like, who would ever make it? Just waiting for our wood. Here she comes. Look at all that wood. That's what she said. Wow. And I remember when Factorio was like brand new and still in early access, and something as complicated as like trying to force a belt to be fully saturated was such a thing, you know? Do you remember when belts had variable speed just when they would go through a corner? They kind of had to factor in how many left turns and right turns you made if you wanted to keep your throughput high. And now, I mean, we're using loaders, but at the same time, like, it's so easy now to get perfectly saturated belts, even at like 60 items a second turbo belt from vanilla. Yeah, 6 or 8 items, right? Well, that was because, yeah, oh yeah, it was every other, it was either 8 items on the first tile and then 8 and 6 in the next, and it would alternate, right? Yeah. Well, that was because belts used to move 13.33 items a second, and I had it memorized. It was 40 thirds, is 40 divided by 3 is 13.33 items. And then at some point they finally decided to just make it 15, and suddenly the math got a lot easier. It's alive. Transform those logs into something useful. The extra belt for logs? Oh, you mean that it went too far? Yeah. Well, I've learned, and it feels weird and gross to me as well, but I've learned to stop caring as much. I don't care as much about this as I used to. It's wasteful, true, but in theory, irrelevant in terms of actual total cost of resources. And then more importantly, like when you make expandable blueprints like this, like notice how even here I did it again. See how there's extra curved belt here? Like technically I could do this. But by not doing that, it like makes it easier to make copy-paste blueprints or like kind of understand the workflow of the build. And also like in circumstances like this, like if there ever ends up being an extra little bit of log, then you've got a little visual indicator. It's almost like doing an automatic constant combinator that says this is the resource that's supposed to be here. So there's like multiple reasons why it doesn't bother me that much anymore. I'm curious, how much power does this take, do you think? So much lumber. Somewhere in here, I think there is an option to turn on more info. I go to settings, mod settings, per player, and then down to rate calculator. Show power consumption. Yeah, 35.4 megawatts of continuous strain just to chop down trees. And that's before considering how much energy we're spending growing the trees, which is another 18 and 35. And then also the moss to support it all. Basically, it's all of this. All the way up to here. 160 megawatts of power just to make wood. All right, now, I guess I'll just take 4 belts of crap. I don't know what to do with all the outputs here. Can anyone use the, biomass for anything specific that, like, requires biomass? Why do we need the fiber? Because fiber has very good, because we took the turd, we're able to create large amounts of raw fiber and fiber from wood. So it's a very effective source of energy. We're basically tripling the fuel value of the trees twice. Like, just look at it. I'll do the math again. So a single log has a fuel value of 4 megajoules. 4 megajoules, when processed in a lumber mine, it's 4 logs, so 4 times 4 is 16 megajoules, will become 20 wood. 20 wood is worth 2 megajoules each, so 40. So you're going from 16 to 40, meaning you're increasing the megajoules of, like, fuel value from the trees by a factor of 2.5. But because we have the biomass, like, fiber turd, God, that sounds so silly. We have the fiber turd. 8 raw fiber is 6 megajoules each, plus 6 biomass is 1.5 megajoules, and then 1.5 average real fiber is, they're each worth 8 megajoules, so an extra 12. So by processing it through the sawmills, again, we get 61.5 megajoules of fuel value instead of what did I say? 16 becomes 40. Instead of 40. So an extra 54%. That's what that turd did for us. The fiber turd. So ultimately, long story short, we end up with like 62 megajoules worth of fuel value for 16. That's why we're processing all this wood, and that's what I'm going to use to run all these oxygen furnaces to melt iron. Power crashing? Yeah, either someone cut a line again, or there's a problem with coal delivery or something. We should be at about 3.6 gigawatts potential cap. Domo, he's the one that set up the coal plant, so I'm betting he can stack trace it better than the rest of us. But yeah, as far as the biomass itself, fish requires biomass. I mean, I'll put it into a box, but I don't have a use for it, personally. I could burn it, if it's a problem. I should put in some sanity stuff so that it doesn't overload. But mostly I want the fiber. So I think what I'll do is, one sec, do math again. I end up with only 4.5 real fiber. Is there a recipe that specifically requires real fiber, not raw fiber, that someone could use? Because I have 4.5 per second right now. I don't need it, but if you don't need it, if no one needs it, I'll just burn it, because it is more efficient and it's fine. I'll just mix it in with the rest of the fuel. And then I end up with basically two yellow belt of fuel line. Okay, well this... These two fiber lines can merge, because they're only 4.5 a second. Duralumin has no fuel? Well, if you need fuel, I got a bunch of frickin' fiber. I got turd fiber, ready for anyone. So silly. I need built. The third science will allow turning biomass into CO2. Right now, the fish creation uses biomass. Okay, if I set up just a caravan outpost that holds biomass, can someone else finish the process of utilizing it, or do I need to do all of it? Because if I need to do all of it, I'll get distracted and forget what I was doing. But I can put it into a box. I have no problem putting it into a big box. Well, there's no source for it. Just because somebody planned naphthalene to be in that row doesn't mean that we made it or ever brought it there. Aliel is the one that set up the naphthalene oil plan, but I'm the one that built out all the initial planned columns of the bus. It looks to me like it just was never actually hooked up, not that it was cut. Can create raw coal. Nice. Is it fiber or raw fiber that you want to dump? I want to dump... I have available 4.5 fiber. If no one needs it, I'll just use it as fuel value. It'll perfectly mix in with the oxygen... oxygen into molten iron setup that I have. I can just blend it in as a fuel, solid fuel value. But if there's a recipe that specifically wants the raw fiber, keeping in mind we have the turd that lets us make fiber from wood, which we're not supposed to have usually, according to, like, you know, the base recipes. We opted into it, so because we get some raw fiber from it, it might make another production chain much more efficient. So I don't want to just burn it for no reason. But if we can't figure out a reason, then I might as well burn it, because why not burn it? You know? Okay, so I'll just burn it. Have you checked Breadbox, though? If it's... you're using the recipe book, right? Not Factoriopedia? Check to see... Not only, here's how I would do it. You go here, and then you search for fiber. You click on it, and then there's a button up here called Show Unresearched. So, it is used to make... How many things on the screen? Charcoal briquette. Eventually, we might need fiber for. Microfiber from sodium hydroxide and fiber. Whatever that thing says, I can't read it. And also fiber boards, which are probably better circuits or something. So, like, yeah, eventually we might want it. All right, I'm going to put the... Where's my box? No, I made a box. I can't see my box. That's what she said. There's my box. Found it. I don't really like how I'm eating into the next potential brick of production, so I'm going to put the biomass up here, I guess. We want a caravan outpost. And it can just load slowly. I don't think it needs to be very fast. There's biomass here if needed. But I'm not setting up a caravan for it. But I also don't want my system to shut down. If that biomass deposit actually gets full. So the problem is that biomass as a fuel is really bad. It's 250 megajoules. Sorry, 250 kilojoules. It's a quarter of a single megajoule. It's not even really worth the inserter swing. Especially when you're using machines that want 5 megawatts of energy. So I'm going to put just a really stupid solution, which is I'm going to just wire it up, and then if the supply gets too high, I'm going to throw it into a burner and just waste it. Because I do not want the iron production to fail. And more importantly, I don't want to have to pay attention to it. Not sure if we have enough wood. That tree farm makes 6 log per second, but this build I just did consumes all of it. So if other locations are expecting logs, we either need to add logic to force them to get it first, or yes, we need more. We need to double it up and make a new old moss farm tree brick thing. But fortunately, it was automated yesterday. At the very, very start right here, there should be, yeah, look at that. There's 276 moss farms, a whole bunch of seaweed plants. Like, it shouldn't be hard to make another tree farm. And they do take quite a while to get online, so the sooner we start with that, the better, probably. What was I doing? Burners. Alright, so if... honestly, I'm gonna make... I'll just use one burner. I'm gonna use a loader. With a belt into a loader. Wire these together. Enable disable the belt if what? Just say anything. If anything is greater than $800 storage slots times 100. 79,000 roughly, maybe. Then I'll just turn that off for a sec to test that it works. It's trying to use the biomass as a fuel source also. I think that's fine. Problem is that a single burner does create ash. And that does fail. I guess I have to use 2. Shit, you can't burner anything with fuel value. That's right. How do you get rid of it? How do I deal with it, then? As an unwanted byproduct. You don't? Shit. There. I did my duty. I put it on the list. That means it's been dealt with. And to ensure that it can be utilized, I will... make sure that it can load quickly. $15 biomass a second. Perfect. Alright, this bottom line is supposed to be fuel, so... just in case this ever wants to get copied, I'm gonna not do weird squirrely shit to it. I'm gonna force it to all go up. And come in from the same direction that it's expected. Otherwise, if I have like half of the build doing it one way and the other half doing it a different way, it'd be weird. Oh, could, yeah, okay, well that's an idea. It takes a while to fill up. I'll just wire it and then put down a... I make a... yeah, I'll make a speaker. And the speaker will just say, come shoot me if it gets full. That way iron doesn't ever die. Oh, that's not right. Testing. Air raid. I mean, yeah, it looks great, man. Oh, I see how you've delineated. So you've got hazard concrete for the basic footprint and then two different types, or a different type for the fluid add-ons. That's sweet. Clever. Oh, it might be a good idea, if you want, to include in your blueprint book a deconstruction planner that's pre-configured to only remove floor tiles. If you need one, I can give it to you. I've got a copy right in here. Destroy tiles. Just throw it into game blueprints. That way when people are done, yeah, it'll be easier to just box select grab, and it won't need any configuration, just deletes everything on the floor. Only on the floor. Alright, well, if anyone ever sees the biomass warning, then bring your guns, we'll shoot the biomass. It'll be fun. In the meantime, finally, after what, 2 whole sessions? 5.5 hours into this session today, and I'm still trying to get my iron set up actually functional. But here comes the fuel. So much power. So very much power. And we don't need these logs, because we're never going to do that again. That was a temporary fix. And then let's see. Alright, so altogether, this wants... there are 60... 60... 60 and 5? What? Oh, 5 of them have a product that makes ash, right? Because the top row. There are a total of 60 making molten iron. The 60 machines, if they ran at full speed, want 5 megajoules of energy per second. Or whatever. I think a megajoule includes the per second in the, like, what a megajoule is. So I think it wants 300 megajoules of energy, which is the same as... It wants 300 megawatts, which is equivalent to 300 megajoules a second, I think. I don't know how math works. So the question is, assuming that I have 15 items a second, well, I'll just snapshot the other thing real quick. If we take all of the output of this, we end up with 24 items a second times 6 megajoules, plus 4.5 times 8 megajoules. 180 is less than 300. This... I need twice as much just to run all of these furnaces. All these oxygen furnaces. Wow. Wow. About twice as much. Turns out this mod is complicated and buildings use a lot of power. So we'll send the best fuel value in first. It's going to hop under and then go into there. This caravan outpost picks up raw fiber already, so that's fine. We'll do a single splitter here. Combo, just like a bus. With input priority left, output priority left. And then same thing here, except it doesn't need the input priority. Because these two are the same type of resources. So try to use the raw fiber, the real fiber first, because it has higher fuel value. And then I'm not sure. I'm getting rid of this coal crap. I don't want ash in here anymore. I definitely have enough energy to run at least half of these right now. Which is way more than what we had a second ago. I don't need this coal solution. And then I think down here I want to maybe loop back this fuel source. I didn't really want to make things squirrely, but looping back through every other, I think, might just make this whole thing a little bit simpler. Alright, and then I'll have this one go over to there. That borax is fine. This fuel goes to here. And then we reverse. And since I already know that this is not going to be enough to support the whole setup, I'll just stop for now and have this one go here. And same thing, down, back, reverse, reverse, reverse. I'm gonna make sure I get all these yellow inserters in. I missed some, apparently, when I was building it. A loader in the biomass as well? Or... there's a loader to load it into the caravan. 2 loaders to load it from here, which is probably not necessary. Now, we do not appear to have enough logs. I know it's 6 per second, but they're probably being used elsewhere as well. I don't think that I'm the sole consumer of this log feed. I maybe need to factor in how much of the logs per second are being used to reseed the trees. I don't know if I did the math right. Yeah, and then these guys are stealing, what would that be, 6 times, like 4.5 potentially into this, so we need to once again expand lumbering. But look at them, look how many are running. That's more than half. More than half of the iron setup is currently running. Ooh-wee. Do you think there's any reason to store? Should I put some of this molten iron into a container? It might make sense to move molten iron around with caravans if we want to make molten steel at some point. But yeah, these 6 need the whole thing to work constantly, so... it looks like we might finally be getting ahead on iron. Yep, about to hit 3K, which means my logic up here should kick in. Yep, right there, just did, right there. Turned off one of the lanes. But I also have prioritization so that we send the process iron to the better smelting array anyway, because it's just more efficient. Hmm. It couldn't hurt to have another balancer or something down here, could it? I don't like seeing full belts here and then seeing belts that are empty up here and seeing that like the ones that are trying to run don't actually have full throughput. Also, borax. Where's that borax at? Need more borax. I probably need at least 2 of the borax things working right now. Get 2 belt of borax. Borax, borax. I need more than 3 yellow belt of borax per second. Roughly a third of these machines. How tall is this? 10 machines tall. Each belt needs to support like 3 or 4. Biomass can be directly converted into a gas type. Which gas is that? It feels so good to see all my machines working. Well, not all of them, but most of them working, and they're actually running on the original plan of biomass and or... not biomass, fiber and or whatever. I suppose there is a fail state that could happen by having belts that are slightly mixed. Is this prioritization? This inserter, if it's ever trying to grab from here and the machine has like one bio... Well, no, it's a fuel, so it would just burn the last one. I don't think it can actually fail. Never mind. It's not like iron plate and... Iron plate making steel and... stone making brick. It's a little bit different. So we're not really beating iron consumption, but we are mostly using a better process for it. I need to shift priority toward the bottom lane, because the bottom lane is the one that's being used for the top producer, which might help. I don't know. Blue gas. Okay. Oh, sorry, Cookie. Yeah, sure. Did you get disconnected, or? How big is our save file now, anyway? It might take longer and longer for people to sync remember a couple days ago we were doing the math on upload rate when I was still struggling with E5 and we had that one issue. We're at like 20 to 25 megabytes, so map getting big. How long has he been trying to catch up? My upload rate has been capped, yeah, at it's like 70-ish% of my actual upload limit. So that Twitch never gets throttled. Over 46 now? Oh. Yeah. We've only ever had the one crash. I think I will, for the sake of like hopefully making people not... I don't know if it actually affects everyone else, but having autosave every single minute kind of feels excessive considering we've only ever had the one or two desyncs. It feels to me like my computer just goes boom, done, instant, but every single minute's kind of a lot. Yeah, I'm on Windows 10 now. Yeah. Starting yesterday. I'm gonna put it at like 3. If we should talk about it because it might end up happening if we keep playing and this map gets really, really big. What do you think we should do if people who've been playing for a long time out of the, huge amount of playtime we've got, like, the number of people in the game shouldn't really have any impact individually on how the game runs. So it wouldn't be related to that, but if people are playing, if people connect and they can't keep up and they keep getting disconnected, should we plan to... Why is this pipe weird? Pipe looks wrong. Din gas just kind of dead ends here. Should we plan to... I mean, technically we could slow the UPS down. We could slow the game down. That is an option, which would allow people with lesser hardware to keep up, which I feel like there's a strong reason to consider that. Someone who's put a lot of time into it, who's a big contributor to the save, they shouldn't just be unable to play, but at the same time I feel guilty and like, I feel like it's unfair to people who want to play the game at 60 UPS and like let the game run, I guess it kind of comes down to the percentage of people who are struggling. I don't know. It's just a thought. I would like to address it, though, before that happens. Because that way we could at least say, like, hey, by the way, the plan is this, so that people don't get, like, blindsided by it. Because that would really suck. If I try to put myself in someone else's shoes, and... I have noticed people... it's been becoming more common, where I'll see at the top left corner, it'll say someone is lagging, like they're falling behind. And, throwing out the blueprint labs of stuff you're not currently working on. True, that is true. Although, I think that doesn't Factorio kind of handle this really, really, really well? Based on 2.0. Technically, these are all different surfaces, and if no one's looking at the surface, it's like if you're on a different planet. Like, they don't fully simulate Volcanus when you're not on Volcanus, if you're not looking at Volcanus. Like, I don't know. I feel like they automate it pretty darn good. Oh, it does blow up the save file. That's true. Well, sold. I don't really need any of this crap anymore, so... This was just like spitballing, and then I haven't used most of this in a long time either, so it can all go. I'll just copy the real world if I need it again. This was when I did the iron, don't need that. Electrolyzer planning. How much furnaces? Just did this today. This was before I knew how big I don't need any of this crap. Just delete it all. There. I've deleted my entire inner palace. You proud of me? Seems like once again we don't have very many steam engines on the bus. It's still iron? No, iron's looking good again. Oh, copper? No, not really. What the hell's wrong with steam engines? Why you no make? Make more. This one's got loadered buses, loadered pipes, loadered iron plate, loadered small parts. But the loader, this one wants to loader, oh, so we're splitting the loader toward the bus. We use so many steam engines, I honestly think we should cut this one. I have no space in my inventory. Just cut that one, and let that one, honestly, like, be dedicated to... It wants 16 small parts a second just to make steam engines. And then I guess we could do like a splitter with priority and loop it back. If it doesn't get used, it can go, but otherwise it's prioritized. That's a good solution. Fixed. So the bottom burner assembler is now dedicated to steam engine production, and if it's not needed, it goes back to the bus. The names over machines, are people checking the same thing? Yeah, I'll see if I can find an example. So, here, I'm gonna ping. Everyone come look at this ping. Click on the ping. Click. Quick. Look at the ping. You should see names, so Ryland Help, like that. That's showing that people, they're not presently there, but they're paying attention to the location. Aye. Yep. Thank you. Moving on. Well, the first column, looks like we might still actually be struggling with iron delivery and possibly production. Yeah. It's borax. It's the borax supply. This time it's not me, okay? I'm not fully vouching for my setup. I'm not saying it's gonna print 110 plate per second always, but like at the current level that it's been built out, based on what I mathed out earlier, it should be about 60% of what it could. So 60% of 112, like I should be getting like 5 to 6 yellow belt of iron plate per second, and we aren't. Why is that there? Limiting the borax supply to the thing that makes the plates doesn't make much sense, does it? that just makes us make more liquid metal, but then we can't process the liquid metal without the borax. Like, it's prioritizing this top layer because the top layer is the one that feeds the actual machines. Yeah, well, like I said, in this case, if you want iron plate, we need borax. Washed, cleaned borax. And I did not take responsibility for it. Although I can. I'm actually available for work right now. I don't know what to do right now. I was productive, though, I feel like. Not only did I help automate a bunch of crap with Cookie. Look at all this stuff. We had, like, none of this crap today. Earlier, or as of yesterday. And now we have all these machines automated. I made sure to automate electrolyzers. Automate basic. I built out the entire oxygen furnace array. Finished building the casting unit array. This whole thing is brand new and fully built out and working constantly, except for there's not enough logs. Or not. We're actually not able to... It's actually unable to process all of the... We're not using the fuel value that it could make because there's not enough borax. All borax. Might have killed the syngas. It happens. I mean... It's kind of horrifying to think about, actually. I wonder how many major mistakes or errors every single person makes every time we play. Like... I would not be surprised if everyone makes like at least 5 to 10 big mistakes that we don't notice for a while. Whatever. That's Factorio. You don't make mistakes, you're the perfect engineer. Well, Talkmore is similar, because Talkmore, have you seen Talk... I don't know if I can... I can't show it, because I can't see his character. Or can I? Wait, if I look at... No, I can't see his tool belt. Talkmore's tool belt is all blueprints. He doesn't bind anything at all. He doesn't have, like, belt and underground belt and electric poles like the normal person. It's just blueprint, 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 blueprint. He never builds anything. He never holds anything. He never does any real work. He's a delegator. It's an interesting playstyle. When you say that you don't make mistakes, it makes me think of that. Like... $3,800 syngas a minute? What's that, in freedom units? Also known as per second, because I don't usually think in terms of per minute. Is that a lot? Have we been doing research, like, at all today? Or did we just sort of stop doing that? Are we just done with research? Not a thing we're gonna worry about anymore? Oh, I see what's happened. We're at the point where everyone's afraid to move on to the next science pack. Yeah, I get that. That happens. I understand. I don't want to go on to the next science pack either. I'm not gonna figure it out. Someone else do it. The next science pack is new and scary. And I don't wanna. This is... So, Renelge and Cookie both seem to be having some trouble lately. But, This is where, like, I could use the feedback. I don't know what to do. Like, slowing the server down to, like, 58 UPS or something. Like, I don't know if that's going to be enough. Like, let people keep up. Like, what do we do? I don't know what to do. This was like an ash feed or something. I'm pretty sure. Actually, no. Does anyone remember what this whole area was? Is this just like generic power? Is this supposed to be fuel? Is this a fuel line that I'm standing next to personally over here? Is that supposed to contain fuel? I thought it was an ash feed. I thought I was sending ash up there. So that's probably one of my 5 major mistakes per thing. Like, I think I sent ash up instead of coal. Because I saw something, I don't know, but there's, yeah, okay. Whatever. Who cares? It's fine. I never make mistakes. There's coal. All I know is that we usually shoot for like 1 per second as a start. But lately, I'm liking the idea of the train bricks and modularizing it or whatever. Like, yeah, any amount of science per second so we can at least see what we're working toward would be helpful. Even if you just get one machine working, it's helpful to get an idea of the, like, scope and scale of what we need. So let's look at it. Also, turds. Are we gonna finally ever pick the turd that we have available right now? We've decided the moss farm upgrade. That one has been decided. It's going to be the internal bioreactor because it lets us make syngas. Hey, perfect time to talk about it. Didn't you say you fucked up the syngas, princess? We can use moss farms to directly make syngas from moss and sludge and refined syngas. And if I remember the math, it was something like a 2-recipe process where we take refined syngas and turn it into 100, and then we turn around and take something and turn it back into 70 or something. There's like a net gain of 20. So do we have enough moss farms that we can click the button and then not worry about bioreactors gating our ability to make moss farms? What am I looking for? We held off on the decision because we wanted to make as many moss farms as possible, because as soon as we make this decision, moss farms will... all future moss farms are going to additionally cost a bioreactor. Right now they cost those resources right there. Stone brick, steam engine, soil, etc. But as soon as we click this, they'll cost the exact same things and a bioreactor. A bioreactor is all that crap. Intermetallics are kind of medium-ish tech. I have no idea about a mixer. A mixer is even more intermetallics, even more circuit boards, plus washers. Washers require a bunch of crap. So we were holding off because we thought, might be bad to click that button. Do we have refined syngas? I'm pretty sure I went through the whole fluid production chain and it made sense. There's like a... Let me see if I can find it. This is red, which means that we don't have access to refined syngas. But I think that this recipe gives us refined syngas. So let's just walk through the formula. Okay, so we mix moss with refined syngas and muddy sludge to get syngas. Right? So how do we get refined syngas? If we choose the turd, then we get... Bum 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 bum. How do you play this game? I looked through every single one of these the other night. Yesterday, I think it was. I don't want to look at used in. I need alternative recipes. Or it's up here. Okay. Okay, here it is. This is the one. This is what we do. All we need is a good amount of activated carbon. So we take 100 syngas, which is what we're gonna get. Right? See how it's in a moss farm. 1 moss plus 50 muddy sludge plus refined syngas equals 100 syngas. Then take that 100 syngas plus the carbon, run it through the thing, and in 4 seconds you get 70 syngas back. You take that 70 syngas, you store 20 because why not, and then you use the 50 that's left over to do it again. And then you do it again, 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 and then you do it again. It's red. You're right, we need filtration. Well, I guess we shouldn't take it till we get filtration then. Fine. An ad got you while we were talking? Are you kidding me? I just got done lowering ads back down to 3 minutes because Twitch had changed it. And they actually hit you right then? That's stupid. Ooh, 15 more electrolyzers. There are 3 more turds. I've had 2 beers. I don't know if anyone noticed that instead of eating any kind of lunch, I just grabbed 2 beers and then came back right away. So I had beer for lunch on an empty stomach, so I'm a little surprisingly goofy at the moment, considering only 2 beers, but my mind immediately went to the concept of poop jokes, and how you seem to have a fetish of some sort. All of your interest in turds and all. Hee haha. It's kind of funny if you don't think about it too hard. I found it. Whatever. Adding things to the list is great. Honestly, adding things to the list is more important than removing things from the list, because as long as things are getting added to the list, eventually they might get done. They might be on there like 6 or 7 times, and no one will pay attention to them, but someone might. Oh, holy crap. The mother load. Everyone forgot about the secret stash of player crafting circuit boards, and I just got 440. Wow. So many circuits. I'm gonna make so many electrolyzers. Each electrolyzer needs 3 goddamn steam engines. Are you kidding me? There's so many steam engines. Don't spend, I already spent 100, I spent like 250 of them. I'm down to 130. But you don't understand, I need to electrolyze the water. Very important. I've made it my sole job to maintain the iron supply. And I keep on trusting that someone's taking care of borax, but I'm not sure if that is true. Okay, I probably have too much concrete on me. I'm not sure that, I don't know how that's possible, but I have too much concrete. Also, I have way too much raw fiber because, does anyone mind if I add the fiber, biomass, and raw fiber to our even distribution exclude list? Kind of like the other fuels, like raw coal and regular coal. I think even distribution is just unaware that these are things that the player doesn't normally want. And should be, like, evenly distributed into machines that could use it. And if you do mind, I would like to hear a 5-paragraph essay explanation for why you care. And then I will provide you with a response that's much shorter. That probably explains why you're wrong. See? Done. Easy. Oh yeah, you've got an inventory distribution network? You should get that? Yeah, I mean, even distribution is a good mod. I like it. There has been a creosote issue? Okay, I'm just gonna like go grab another beer and then all I'm gonna do, I just want to hear everyone else's troubles and travails. Like, I had no idea there was a creosote problem. I had no idea that there was a syngas problem. Like, explain. Like, what else is everyone else doing? Like, to me, the only thing that matters are my problems. My problems were, there's not enough solid fuel to run these damn oxygen machines. And then there was no borax. And then there was no, you know, whatever. Like, everyone's heard my problems, because I keep talking about them constantly. But, like, what else is going on, you know? I'm gonna grab a beer and tell me all about it. Also, we're supposed to wrap up in the next 15 minutes or so, though. So, might not want to start any huge, big projects at the moment. We could maybe go for 40, though. We'll see. Cookie biscuit? I'm sorry, man. Okay, let me try to catch up on chat also, like... What do you think we should... I don't know. What should we do about the people not being able to keep up issue? Has everyone that's currently in the lobby already, like, deleted all their crap? So that, Because the issue is that it's not just their computer or their ability to download. It's two things. It's they have to download the file, and in the time that it takes from when they trigger the download of the most recent copy of the save. So there's the download lag, and then there's how long that download took, and then how long the server got ahead. And then they've got to simulate from the save to then, like they've got to overmatch the UPS to catch up. The bigger the save file gets, the worse it'll be. Yeah, did everyone go into their sandbox and like delete stuff you're not actively working on? Is there any way that we can delete unactive things altogether, or do they not matter if they're empty? I might even take the time to go through each layer personally and just make sure that people who aren't currently like consistently connecting don't have big huge things. Because these do run at full speed. Everything that's plugged in, like, they are running and simulating and stuff. Like, say, Ming. Whoa, Ming. Yeah, the smaller we can make the save file, the less the time that the other players that are trying to connect will need to simulate. Because they'll download the file quicker, and then they'll have less to catch up, you know? Like, for example, we were at, what, some 44 megabytes? Now we're down to 43. I don't know. Right, but Ming, like, how do we handle that, though? Like, okay, so do we have, like, a general workflow that anytime someone's trying to connect, we pause the game for 20 people and everyone has to wait for one person? I mean, that's not an completely unreasonable concept, but also, because everyone's important. Everyone that's been, you know, everything that everyone's ever done in this map is really a team effort, it's a community, but at the same time, like, what happens if, like, we end up spending 30, 40, 50% of our time just waiting for people to connect? Like, that eventually that eats into the enjoyment of the mod. And you remember the very first session, I said, oh no, or something like, oh god, what have we signed up for? And, as evidenced by the fact that we're still only 15% through the tech tree, I'm a little bit nervous now, thinking about it. Just how big the base will get, and what kind of computer everyone will need to actually be able to play. And it seems almost guaranteed, actually, that we'll need to slow the server down to let people play. And again, I'm not against that, but also I think we should talk about it first so that people don't get surprised. That's the thing I care about the most. I think it's entirely reasonable to say if you can't keep up, you can't play. I also think it's entirely reasonable to say if you can't keep up, we'll slow down for everyone involved. Both are completely reasonable, as long as we talk about it first so that the expectation is understood. That means that if someone knows that their computer's not as new, that maybe they don't want to get super invested and committed and play for hundreds of hours and then get super angry and disappointed when they basically get kicked off the server because they can't keep up. You see what I'm saying? Both positions are reasonable, it's just, we gotta talk about it first. And I think unfortunately, based on what we're already seeing, it's gonna happen. So in the past, over the, like 5-6 years ago, we used to host servers on Prime Deadhead servers. Actual, you know, servers that he paid for. And at one point I had, Pancake, stop yelling at me. No. Right now we're hosting the game off my personal computer. I like that for two main reasons. Number one, I trust everyone involved, and I don't think that the server is going to run without me, but it just makes me feel better knowing that it's my save and that we're playing my pack, it's my community, my group, my whatever, and that you guys aren't playing without me. Because every time the server runs without me, people get ahead, and then it's like it disappears, and then suddenly it's gone. The whole thing disconnects. I kind of like that control, but I'm also kind of a control freak. As having been in this industry for 10, 12, 13 years, it just... you kind of get conditioned to be careful. Not just in terms of Factorio, but everything, like... whatever, there's a whole different topic. I'm getting distracted. So that's part of it. The other part of it is that I'm greedy, and I like having instantaneous interaction with the game. I like when there's no server lag. I don't like having lag. I usually play and stream games to Twitch or whatever, and I don't like having lag. Lag is bad. Lag sucks. Doesn't matter how good a server is, it could be perfect internet connection. There's still going to be a couple milliseconds or a couple hundred milliseconds or, you know, half a second of interface lag. That's a big part of why I prefer to be the host. But I've mentioned it before, and I'm willing to discuss it again. If it's true that we have options like a server that isn't me, that would make this whole process better and more enjoyable for more people for longer, like great arguments to make if they're true, would be that the download rate from in like a separate, you know, headless console or headless server is much higher than what I can upload. Right? I'm only able to upload like 3 megabytes a second. 3 megabit. 3 mega... no, we did the math. 3 megabytes a second is my bandwidth. Which means that as the file gets bigger, if we have a 45 megabyte file, that someone downloading it right now, if there's only one person, they're going to take 15 seconds if they have no throughput issue on their down... That's crazy. Oh my god. We're going meta. Download rate, upload rate, min-max server. It's like playing Factorio. So long as they're not throughput limited on their download rate, then I can give them 3, and therefore it'll take 15 seconds, which means that they'll have to catch up for 15 seconds, which means that if we did the math, while the server's still running, they'll be 15 seconds behind, which is 60 frames because of 60 UPS. 60 UPS times 15 is 900, so they'll have to simulate it at least 20%. Or, you know, nerd. Freaking nerds. We're all nerds. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is I don't know. I don't know what the answer is as far as like headless servers, and the only 2 people that I'm aware of that have hosted servers for me are PrimeDead and Thanatos. Thanatos had a server that we used at one point back when we did the Space Age run. So if those things could upload faster, I could see how that might make it easier for people like Cookie Biscuit and our name, Renelge, to connect quickly and then therefore have less time spent catching up. But if it's not that, then what's actually happening is that the server, my computer, which is brand new and is 99th percentile for performance, is completely fine. I mean, if I turn on UPS, we will see absolutely nothing because it's hidden by UI elements. Cool. My computer's fine. My computer's running at 60 UPS, 60 FPS, everything's fine. It's not slowing, doesn't matter how big the base gets, it'll be fine. So that means it's not my fault that people can't keep up. It's their hardware or their internet that's causing the issue. So I don't think that hosting it on a different platform or hosting it at a headless server would help at all. That being said, again, I care about every person who's connected and keeps connecting, and I like seeing new names. I like seeing people show up day to day and like continue to upgrade their builds and stuff, and take ownership for a task, and that part's really, really cool. I love the community of it. So if there's anything that we can do that would make the whole process and experience better, I want to talk about it. So back to the concept Ming had proposed about, like, pausing the game when people connect. Pancake, why are you yelling? I think he wants to go watch Outlander. This cat is such a creature of habit. So for the last, like, 10 days, I've been watching Outlander with my grandma. She's 87 now, and we've been watching 2 episodes a night at about 6:30. 6 to 6:30. It's 6:29 right now, and he's just yelling at me. Normally he'd do that when he wants food or something. But he's yelling because he expects me to go out there into that room and watch TV. He's like, why aren't we doing the thing? It's time to go do the thing. You're doing it wrong. Like a nerd. Silly cat. But I'm going to give it another half hour because there's a few things I want to cover and talk about more. Like I said, I want to hear everyone else's travails, which is a fun word. What else has been going on? What's going on with the thing? We have a full lab now, but I think I need around 250 for 60 SPM. 60 SPM? Science per minute. Oh god, you scared me. I don't speak in non-freedom units. You keep scaring. I thought you were shooting for 60 science a second. Like, oh. Right, like, let me look it up real quick. Pyanodon Factorio mod page, mod portal. And I'm trying to be as, like, diplomatic about this as I can. Because I want everyone to feel welcome. But it does say right in here, welcome, you are looking at one of the most advanced and feature-rich mod packs for Factorio. 8 years of development, over 10,000 recipes. A mega base is not optional. So if you're playing on a laptop, it's gonna be a struggle. This, I'm guessing, if this is our current size, it won't even let me zoom out further. I think that, like, we're looking at, like, a base this big. Like, we're looking at a base where every single production area is probably going to end up being a brick grid. Cyber whatever the train modded thing is going to handle all of the logistics of moving crap around. And we're going to focus on solving inputs, outputs, and stuff. Like, thinking about what we got to do, like what recipes are important. So I think the base is going to get really big. I've never used CyberSyn before, but Talkmore showed me roughly, like, kind of how it works. I have a pretty good working understanding of how it's gonna help us. I'm noticing that the blueprint for trains is rapidly expanding. At the start of today's session, we only had this one that I put the refined concrete under. We had the tree build, which was here, and then this one I added today. But beyond that, like, this whole thing was built. This was built. Oh shit! I didn't see that though. Oh, we gotta go look at this. I thought he was just adding an extra little brick to the plan, but no, that's the depot. Talkmore's been busy. The depot is under construction. That means we're gonna have trains, like real trains. Not just like the concept of trains. Whoops. I ran through your base. So we have a depot that's like almost completely built. Looks like we still struggle to make rail signals at a good rate. I see a lot of blueprinted rail signals. But the depot itself looks very good. All of the train stops are built. They're labeled. There is some fuel available for trains. This also handles ash processing. How close, Talkmore, do you think you are to turning it on? Like, could we press button? When press button? You can also play Doom inside a Minecraft redstone circuit factory. It doesn't mean you should, but you could. You can. One thing I noticed is that you used warehouses instead of deposits. I think we need to make sure that we get warehouses automated. Warehouses are like the third highest, biggest one. Pancake, if you keep yelling at me, I'm gonna throw you out the window. Nope. Stop it. You're gonna go swimming in the bay. Nope. Be quiet. Oh, I can't wait till this thing is just humming. What happens, talk more, what happens when the train network gets so big that this can't keep up? Can you just throw down another one and it just keeps working? Please tell me the answer is yes, and then I can just... Oh. Yes. And it just keeps working? Automagically? That's nuts. I think you should have added that as the alert for biomass, it starts up Doom. That'd be cool. Let's see. How much biomass do we have now? 24,000. Well, that's gonna trigger. Probably next session? We did 24,000 out of... what was the math again? Deposits hold 800 times 100, so 80... Right, 800,000? What? No. Pancake, stop yelling at me. 800 slots times 100 is 80,000. 24,000. By the way, 80,000. Yeah, we're like 30% full. So yeah, that'll definitely trigger tomorrow. Assuming that we don't get blocked on iron from borax more. Automagically is a great word. I love that word. If you keep it up, I'm gonna be mad. You need to stop it. I want to add to the list of things that we need to talk about, or like just the list of things to do in the game. I want to review the liquid fuel as fuel prioritization. Because I trust that the setup that we did, Pancake. Up. You guys can't even hear him probably, you just think I'm crazy. He keeps yelling at me and I'm mad. Yeah, I want to review like what our best fuel is, what our options are to make it. We still have 3 more things to consider: the rocks upgrade, the fish upgrade, the creature chamber upgrade. But like this whole thing, I trust that this was set up properly and is working. But here's the thing, I don't think it's good enough. No offense, Chewy. Or Jaleo, sorry. Like there's a situation I can imagine where like this thing over here is venting hydrogen. I think it's doing it right now, actually, as an example. So my setup requires oxygen. So these keep running. I have to make hydrogen. I can't stop. I need the oxygen. So I have tons of hydrogen. I'm venting it. Hydrogen is not a great fuel source, but we're using acetylene. And unless the circumstance is the exact same, where it's like, if the acetylene caps, something bad happens, then what should, I think, happen right now is that we should be burning the hydrogen. Hydrogen burns very fast. So, like, yeah, it's not efficient, but, like, what's worse? Like, I'm just venting it. Literally, like, look at it. 6K, 8K. Oh, look, watch how fast this thing hits 40K and just, boom, 40K hydrogen out the air. I want to review that because I think we might be able to do it better. Maybe there's a way we can do, like... Stop yelling at me! Maybe there's a way we can do, instead of doing... Not think when you yell. Maybe what we should... Okay, here's some thoughts. We could consider prioritization by supply. I should write those down in the thing. So we've got prioritization by supply. There's also by fuel value. There's also, how would you describe it? Byproduct slash required consumption or something. Like it needs to go away or it's wasted. Like there's just stuff to think about, and I think that this system is too simple. There's also, as someone just mentioned, like the fact that this is a binary, like on-off thing. Like either we're using acetylene or we're using something else. This can only ever flip gears if there's none, and then it'll switch to something else. You see how it's kind of simplistic? Like, I think what should actually be happening is like a comparison of, and we have the combinators for it already. We have selector combinators, decider combinators, arithmetic combinators. We could say something like, calculate the megajoules of energy available per liquid, or fluid, I think is a better term. And assuming that there isn't one of those other requirements, like it needs to be burned or some other production shuts down, then burn the one that we have the largest supply in terms of volume per, like megajoules per volume, you know? Because logically those should be the most efficient, the best one to use. Except in my case, hydrogen is a guaranteed byproduct, so it would fall under the category of, if we don't use it, we're gonna lose it. So even if it's not the best option, that would fall under this third thing. So we could create like a workflow, like, do this first, but if there's an override, do it this way, but if there's a second override, do it this way. You know what I'm saying? Won't this be obsolete with iron casting once fully going? No, absolutely not. No. This setup, Princess, this makes oxygen. This is to make oxygen. I need the oxygen. Once this is fully built, I need this much oxygen. I also, at the same time, am making 100 machines of electrolysis making 20 hydrogen per second. I'm making 2,000 hydrogen per second and have absolutely no use for it. I've put it into a caravan. I put it on the bus. But if we don't use it, I'm just wasting 200,000 hydrogen a second. And that is why I want to talk about it. I think we should consider that and burn it. Turn it on fire, you know? We're gonna need absurd amounts of hydrogen in the future? For what? Boilers? I don't know. What can hydrogen be used for? Here are the recipes we have right now. It can be burned in these things. It's used to make Ralesias. I don't have no concept of what the hell that thing is. You put it into barrels. You can make diborane. Diborane from borax and hydrogen. Borax is iron. Is this related to iron? What the hell is diborane? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We can also reform hydrogen and oxygen into water, but only if oxygen's already available, and I have no oxygen. All of this oxygen is going to get used. Technically, right now, there's a huge amount in storage because I had fewer electrolysis machines than I had these things, so I figured let the 1/6 that I had run at full speed constantly so that I have a backlog, but these can all run once I build them all. But this is ratioed, so once it's fully built out, this is not real oxygen. It's just a buffer. Also, oh, we're doing it. Look at that. 8K iron plate in production storage. That means the second lane should shut down. Slowly but surely we are shutting down this less efficient production process, but we're still short on borax. Well, Vargathrin, what I'm proposing is similar to that though, like if you look at the acetylene, there's 90,000 acetylene. There's 374,000 hydrogen. The only reason there's only 374 hydrogen is because that's all that I can store. Everything else is currently being vented. That means that the hydrogen is literally just going nowhere. And we're burning acetylene that isn't at capacity basically for no reason. Only because we can't convert and pivot to... Yeah, that pump's on? That little light? It wants to switch right now. This logic is trying to switch over to coke gas.
I enjoy raiding.
Hey, Colonel Will, thank you for the raid. Thank you for that very much. I apologize to everyone who just showed up. I'm actually very, very close to wrapping up. We've just gotten done with a 7-hour session of Factorial multiplayer, but we're going through some of the final cliff notes. This is a 20-some player multiplayer. Thank you, though. Appreciate that, Colonel. So right now, you see the light, though. It wants to switch gears, but it can't because of the pipe mechanics. So I think that there's a better way we can do this. And the way I'm thinking of it is something... Right now, this is an on-off switch. It's either this is the product that we want to burn, so send it through, right? Everything gets it. I'm thinking of a system that's a little bit more conditional, where it's like, you know, depending on the percentage of availability... Pretend, okay, easy math, like... We have 1 of hydrogen, we have 2 of acetylene, and we have 3 of coke gas. Okay, great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 columns. 1, 2, 3. You take those 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2 and 3 equals 6. Right? So this column gets the first type of fluid, these 2 get the second type of fluid, these 3 get the third type of fluid. Right? Something a little bit smarter. I don't know. Just a thought. And I think the reason why it's important to talk about is not necessarily because of this setup, because I do agree that the whole point is that this should be shutting, this whole thing should be running nonstop, and then we're never going to have any of this production ever again. But if we talk about it and then create any kind of like logic system using combinators and like understanding how much fuel value we have that's gaseous versus solid, then we can use that system everywhere else in the entire base. Like, if it's all connected, the whole system will just know we're burning hydrogen, we're burning this, we're burning that. Like, it should be smart, it should be effective. I think it's important. All right, it's 6:49. I have a date with a lovely lady. We're gonna watch a couple episodes. It'll be fun. No, yeah, Cookie Biscuit. No, that's... I've seen that too. I did observe that. I was very surprised by that. And here's the thing, though. It was Jaleo and I we were both working on this at the time, and that's why he swapped it over right here to vanilla pumps. So the issue that you observed, the 0.001 of fluid that won't change, appears to be related to the overflow valves. But if you use vanilla pumps, I observed today that that behavior does not happen. When it comes to like emptying pipeline contents, vanilla pumps fix the issue. So if you're running into that problem, try using vanilla pumps. We'll see if we can like test it more and isolate what causes it. But we have the tech for combinators. I think it's time to start making the base a little bit smarter. Yeah, we're on season 2. We just started like 2 nights ago. I think we're on episode 5-6 tonight. It's a great show. It makes me want to play Crusader Kings. In fact, it's nuts to me how cool the show is and how much it relates to like my line of work. I was talking to my mom and my stepdad, I guess, about it. Like, you guys know this is like what I do for a living. Like, I play games like this, right? They're like, yeah, we know. Yeah, we know. I don't think you do. I don't think you understand what it means to have a murder plot. Or try to throw babies off balconies, like... Vanilla pumps destroy small amounts of their fluid. Is that why? Okay, so maybe we just need to always include at least one vanilla pump to do that thing. That sounds like a very, like, logical woob solution to isolated incidents and problems, where instead of trying to figure out a more elegant solution, it's just just logical and good. Like, who cares about 0.003 acetylene? Stupid. Dead Babby Corner? Is that a reference to the one of the campaigns we did in Ambinar? I remember when we used to rename like every province, and we had like Dead Babby Cavern or something. It was fun. I need to play Ambinar again. Okay. I saw your request, Personal. Did you finish your task? Are you good, or... What are you up to? You done? Nice. Alright, this is a really fun extended session for me today. I hope you guys had a good time, too. I felt productive. Did you feel productive? I don't know that I actually read anything that anyone else said about, like, what their I'm never going to know anyone else's travails. I don't know what your problems and, you know... I can't, there's too much to think about. The map's too big. I'll accept that you just have problems and that I need to understand that they exist. And, I'm sorry for that, but you know, figure it out. We're all trying to figure it out too. I made a bunch of wood. Turned it into fiber. Now we're all gonna have great poops. Look at all that fiber. Poop, 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 poop. Okay. Alright. Tomorrow morning, probably gonna play either EU4 or EU5 for a few hours, and then we'll play some more Pyanodon multiplayer, at least 3-4 hours, just like yesterday, today, or well, not today, yesterday, probably. Alright, good night. See you soon.